The 30-day challenge that will completely upgrade your life. It was 11:58 p.m. when the world finally broke Liam Carter. Not in the dramatic way movies show, no heartbreak, no job loss, no tragedy. Just exhaustion. Quiet, suffocating exhaustion. He stood in his tiny apartment, staring at the reflection in the darkened window. Same tired eyes. Same unfinished goals. Same life he kept promising himself he'd change. But the truth hit him harder than anything. He had lived the same year, 5 years in a row. Not improved. Not evolved. Just looped. He whispered to the glass, "I can't keep living like this." The city outside kept moving, cars rushing, lights blinking, people living. All while Liam felt stuck, watching life from behind the thick fog of procrastination, distraction, and excuses. He placed both palms on the window. "I just need something." But he didn't know what. Then, someone knocked on his door. 3 quiet knocks. Not random. Not rushed. Intentional. Liam turned slowly. Who the hell knocks at midnight? He approached the door, hesitating. His hand hovered over the doorknob. He opened it. And froze. A man stood there. Tall. Calm. Sharp-eyed. Clothed in a dark coat that looked like it had walked through storms without collecting a single raindrop. Liam blinked. "Can I help you?" The man tilted his head slightly. "Yes," he said. "You can change." Liam's spine tingled. This wasn't a salesman. Wasn't a neighbor. Wasn't a lost delivery guy. There was something about him, something that felt like he wasn't entirely normal. "Who are you?" Liam asked. The man didn't answer that question. Instead he said, "I've heard your promise." Liam swallowed. "My promise?" "That line you whisper every night." The man took one step forward. "I'll change tomorrow." Liam felt his throat tighten. "How do you?" "You've said it for years. You've meant it every time." And every time, tomorrow never came. Liam glanced down, shame hitting harder than fear. "Look," he muttered, "it's late." "I don't know who you are, but," the man raised a hand. "You want to change your life. And you want it fast." Liam stiffened. The man continued, "You don't need therapy. Or motivation. Or inspiration." He extended a small black card. "You need a challenge." Liam stared at it. No logo. No writing. Just a matte black card with a thin silver line running across it like a heartbeat. Liam took it hesitantly. "What is this?" The man stepped back. "The only thing proven to reset a life in 30 days. Liam raised an eyebrow. "This is some kind of program? Boot camp? Habits list? What?" The man's voice dropped to a near whisper, cold, controlled, certain. "This is a contract." Liam blinked. "A contract for what?" "For becoming the version of yourself you keep imagining." The man turned slightly, as if preparing to leave. "In 30 days," he said, "your life will either transform or collapse." Liam's breath hitched. "That sounds terrifying." "It should," the man replied. "Transformation is supposed to be terrifying." Liam stared at the black card. It didn't feel like plastic. It felt like stone. Heavy. Real. Final. "What's the catch?" Liam asked. The man looked at him, eyes steady, sharp, relentless. "The catch is simple," he said. "You don't get to quit." Liam exhaled slowly. "And what happens if I fail?" The man's voice went quiet. "You've already experienced that life. 5 years of it. Liam felt something inside him crack. He whispered, "Why me?" The man shrugged lightly. "Because you're tired of living halfway." He took one last step back. "Accept the challenge," he said, "and your next 30 days will rebuild you." He turned to leave. "Wait!" Liam called. "Where do I start?" The man paused, glancing over his shoulder. "You start," he said, "by turning the card over." Then, he walked down the hallway and disappeared into the stairwell. Liam stood frozen. Heart pounding. Mind racing. He looked down at the black card in his hand. "Turn it over." He did. On the back, engraved in silver, Day 1, the breaking point: you cannot build until you destroy what's been holding you. A shiver ran through Liam's spine. The air felt heavier. The room darker. The moment, irreversible. He whispered into the empty apartment, "Okay. I'm in." Then the black card pulsed once, softly, like a heartbeat. And the 30 days began. Liam stood in the middle of his apartment, the black card still pulsing gently in his hand, a soft thrum like a warning, or an awakening. He had said yes. He didn't know what he had agreed to. He didn't know who the man was. He didn't know what the next 30 days would demand from him. But for the first time in years, he felt alive. He set the card on the kitchen table and stared at the engraved words, "Day 1, the breaking point: you cannot build until you destroy what's been holding you." "What does that even mean?" he whispered. As if answering, the card pulsed again. The apartment lights flickered. Then, the entire room shifted. Not physically, but perceptually. The edges of the room blurred, then sharpened. Shadows stretched unnaturally. The air thickened, vibrating with a kind of pressure he had never felt before, like the room itself was aware of him. Liam took a step back. "Hello?" he called out. No answer. A low hum filled the air. Not electrical. Not mechanical. Intentional. The hum concentrated toward the center of the room and the shadows began to move. Not dancing. Not shifting. Revealing. Objects he'd forgotten about seemed to rise from the dark corners, a stack of unfinished journals. Books he bought for self-improvement but never opened. Gym clothes worn only twice. Old goal sheets, every box empty. Dust-covered vision boards. Receipts from late-night food deliveries. Empty coffee cups from mornings he said he'd start fresh. Each object floated gently into the center of the room, suspended as if gravity had taken a break. Liam stared in shock. "What is this?" A voice answered behind him. Not the man, but himself. A different version of himself. Liam spun around. A second Liam stood in the doorway, same face, same body, but with eyes that looked tired in a way real sleep couldn't fix. Shoulders hunched. Energy drained. A man who lived in cycles of almost changing but never beginning. "What the hell?" Liam whispered. Shadow Liam stepped forward. "You asked what's been holding you," he said. His voice was calm. Defeated. "Now you're looking at it." Liam shook his head. "No. This isn't real." Shadow Liam smirked. "Neither were your excuses. But you believed them anyway." The suspended objects circled slowly around them like planets orbiting a dying star. Shadow Liam pointed. "That journal? You wrote 1 page. 1. He pointed again. "That jump rope? Bought during your fitness phase. Still has the tag. Another. That book on discipline? You read the introduction. Then bookmarked the first chapter with a pizza coupon." Liam clenched his fists. Why are you showing me this? Shadow Liam stepped closer, expression darkening. Because you can't begin a 30-day transformation while dragging the last 10 years behind you. The room dimmed further. The hum deepened. Day 1, Shadow Liam said, is destruction. Liam backed away. I'm not destroying anything. Shadow Liam's expression turned cold. You already are. Every time you break a promise to yourself. Every time you choose comfort over courage. Every time you pick the easy path instead of the right one. He stepped closer, too close. You destroy yourself slowly. Quietly. Repeatedly. Liam felt the words hit like punches. He took another step back. I get it, okay? I haven't been my best self. Shadow Liam shook his head. No. You've been your worst self, consistently. And that's a problem. Because consistency is powerful, even when used against yourself. Liam felt his chest tighten. Suddenly, all the floating objects slammed into the floor at once. Crack. Thud. Crash. The apartment shook with the impact. Shadow Liam stepped into the center of the mess. This is your life, he said. Broken promises. Abandoned routines. Failed attempts. Dead momentum. He looked up. And day 1 asks for one thing, end it. Liam's voice trembled. And, what? Shadow Liam motioned toward the wreckage. This version of yourself. The version addicted to starting. The version terrified of finishing. The version who's lived on almost for far too long. Liam swallowed, throat tight. So how do I end it? Shadow Liam smiled, but it wasn't kind. You destroy what no longer belongs in your future. The room shifted again. Lights flickered. Shadows trembled. A doorway appeared on the far wall, glowing faintly, pulsing like the card had. Shadow Liam gestured toward it. Everything you've used to sabotage your life is behind that door. Every distraction. Every comfort. Every bad habit. Every escape. Liam stared. He didn't want to open it. He knew that even before he took a step. Shadow Liam spoke softly now. You aren't afraid of change, Liam. You're afraid of the version of you who comes after it. Liam turned slowly to face him. Why would I be afraid of that? Shadow Liam exhaled. Because he doesn't make excuses. And you've lived your whole life on them. Silence. Heavy. Truthful. Liam looked at the glowing door. Shadow Liam nodded. Day 1 begins there. At the breaking point. Liam took a breath. A deep one. Then stepped toward the door, every muscle tight, every doubt loud, every instinct screaming to turn back. His hand hovered over the handle. Shadow Liam whispered behind him, remember, nothing changes until something breaks. Liam grabbed the handle. And pulled. The door swung open. Liam squinted as a harsh white light flooded his eyes, bright, flat, almost clinical. No warmth. No color. Just raw exposure. He stepped through. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the world behind him vanished. No apartment. No doorway. No Shadow Liam. Just a massive, empty space. Except it wasn't empty. It was organized. Too organized. Rows of shelves stretched into the distance like a warehouse of his own life. Each shelf was filled with labeled boxes, objects, screens, all frozen in place, all humming with faint energy. Liam walked slowly down the central aisle. Each shelf had a glowing tag floating above it. He read the first one. Time wasted, social media on the shelf beneath the label. He saw thousands of tiny glowing rectangles, each one a fragment of a moment, him scrolling, laughing at a clip he wouldn't remember, refreshing a feed, checking comments. He moved to the next shelf. Time wasted, procrastination. Here, he saw holograms of himself switching between browser tabs, starting tasks then abandoning them, pacing the room instead of starting, making a to-do list instead of doing anything on it. Another shelf. Time wasted, escape entertainment, endless episodes. Movie marathons. Gaming sessions that went until 3 a.m. Binges that felt good while they lasted and sickening after. He swallowed. This is all me? A voice answered from above. Every hour. Every minute. Every choice you told yourself didn't matter. Liam looked up. The man from the doorway, the one who gave him the card, stood on a raised platform at the far end of the warehouse, hands resting on a rail as if he'd been overseeing this place for a very long time. You built this, the man said calmly. Liam shook his head. I didn't know, the man cut him off gently. That's the problem. You never wanted to know. He stepped down from the platform, his footsteps echoing in the vast chamber. The first day of a real challenge doesn't start with a habit tracker or a workout plan, he said. It starts with truth. And truth, he motioned to the shelves. Hurts. Liam walked further. New shelves appeared. Dreams never started. He saw himself Googling how to start a business, how to write a book, how to find your passion, then closing the tab. Promises to yourself broken. He saw sticky notes, reminders, calendar alerts, journal entries, all saying, start tomorrow. His chest tightened. I didn't think all of this added up, Liam whispered. The man nodded. That's how people waste their lives. Not through a single catastrophic decision, but through small, repeated abandonments of themselves. They stopped in front of a massive, thicker pillar in the center of it all. It wasn't a shelf. It was a column, pulsing with light, thicker, denser, more powerful than everything else around it. What's this? Liam asked quietly. The man's eyes hardened. This, he said, is the structure holding your old life together. The label above it glowed brighter than anything else. Identity, I am someone who never finishes. Liam felt those words like a physical blow. That's not fair, he muttered. I have finished things. The man nodded once. Yes. But this isn't about what you did once. It's about what you've done most often. The identity you've rehearsed, repeated, fed, and reinforced. He stepped closer to the column and pressed his palm against it. Images flickered across its surface like a montage. Liam quitting workouts after 2 weeks. Liam stopping a project because it wasn't perfect. Liam dropping routines the moment life got slightly hard. Liam abandoning plans without telling anyone, so no one would hold him accountable. The man looked at him. Day 1 demands one act, he said. You don't optimize this identity. You don't improve it. You don't patch it. His fingers dug slightly into the glowing surface. You destroy it. Liam stepped back, fear rising like a tide. Destroy my identity? The man nodded. The one that's been killing your potential, yes. He reached into his coat and pulled out the black card. It was glowing stronger now, brighter, sharper. You accepted a 30-day challenge that would completely upgrade your life, the man said. You thought that meant routines, habits, systems. That comes later. He handed Liam the card. This is not a habits challenge. It's an identity challenge. Liam stared at the card. The words on it had changed. Now it read, Day 1, burn the script. I am no longer the person who doesn't finish. The man pointed at the column. This is the script you've been living. The story you've been reading from. The story you've believed about yourself. Liam's hands trembled. What do I do? You hold the card to the column, the man said quietly, and you say the words out loud. Liam's mouth went dry. And what happens if I don't? The man's voice hardened. Then the next 30 days will be nothing more than a nicely packaged repeat of your last 5 years. Silence. The warehouse hummed. The shelves waited. The column pulsed. Liam stared at the glowing words, I am no longer the person who doesn't finish. He took a shaky breath. His past screamed at him, you've tried before. You'll quit again. This is pointless. You're not built for discipline. But another voice, faint, but growing, whispered back, what if this time, you actually burn the script instead of underlining it? He stepped toward the column. The light grew stronger, reacting to his presence. His heartbeat matched it, fast, loud. He pressed the black card against the glowing surface. Nothing happened. Say it, the man said. Liam swallowed. His voice broke on the first word. He tried again, louder. I am no longer the person who doesn't finish. The column flickered. The light trembled. But didn't break. Again, the man said. Liam pressed the card harder. I am no longer the person who doesn't finish. Cracks of light splintered across the pillar. Images flared, hundreds of tiny scenes of him quitting, fading, retreating. His throat burned. He shouted, I am no longer the person who doesn't finish. The column screamed. Light burst from the fractures like a volcanic eruption. The warehouse shook. The shelves rattled. Images of old habits shattered like glass. The column exploded into a shower of fading shards, dissolving into nothing. The echo of its collapse rolled through the space. Then, silence. Real silence. Not empty. Clean. The structure holding his old identity together was gone. The man walked to Liam's side. Day 1, he said softly, is complete. Liam felt different. Not transformed. But unchained. He looked around. The shelves were still there, the habits, the wasted time, but without the column, they looked smaller. Manageable. Changeable. What happens now? He asked quietly. The man handed him the card again. New words slowly engraved themselves on the surface. Day 2, the foundation. Now that you've broken who you were, we decide who you're becoming. Liam exhaled. The breaking point was over. Tomorrow, the building would begin. The warehouse dissolved around Liam like mist pulled apart by wind. The shelves, the shattered column, the fragments of his old identity, all of it faded into darkness, then into a soft glow, then into something entirely new. When the world settled, Liam found himself standing on a wide, circular platform suspended in the middle of a vast void. The floor beneath him was solid, smooth, stone-like, but glowing with faint golden patterns that pulsed like veins beneath skin. In the center of the platform stood a pedestal. On the pedestal? The black card. Except now it looked different, thicker, brighter, alive. Liam approached slowly. The words engraved on it glowed like embers. Day 2, the foundation. Now that you've broken who you were, we decide who you're becoming. He exhaled. So, what happens now? A voice answered behind him. The most important part of the challenge. Liam turned. The man was there, calm, composed, hands behind his back. We destroyed the old script, the man said. But destruction is meaningless unless you replace it with intention. He gestured to the black card. Day 2 is not about habits. It's about identity design. Liam frowned. Identity design? The man walked to the edge of the platform, staring into the abyss. Every person lives by an identity, even if they don't know it. A silent sentence that shapes every choice they make. He looked at Liam. For years, your sentence was, I am someone who doesn't finish. Everything you did bent itself around that truth. Liam clenched his jaw. That's not who I want to be. Good, the man said. Because day 2 lets you write a new sentence. He snapped his fingers. The floor beneath them illuminated, exploding outward in a mosaic of light. Scenes appeared all around Liam. Not memories. Possibilities. Future Liams, all slightly different, one waking at sunrise, calm and grounded. One working with intense focus. One moving confidently through crowds. One studying at a desk, absorbed. One training his body with discipline. One speaking with clarity. One standing straighter, stronger, more certain. Each version shimmered like a hologram, a glimpse of who he could become. Liam felt overwhelmed. So day 2 was about choosing which one? No, the man said. It's about choosing the sentence that builds one of them. He lifted a hand. A line of glowing text appeared in front of Liam. I am someone who _________. Liam stared at the blank space. That blank, the man said, is the foundation of the next 30 days. Everything builds from it. Every habit. Every challenge. Every transformation. Liam swallowed. What if I choose wrong? The man stepped closer. There is no wrong. There is only untrue. Liam frowned. What's the difference? The man walked in a slow circle around him. Wrong means impossible. Untrue means unfamiliar. He stopped. This challenge is not about being who you already are. It's about becoming who you're meant to be. Liam studied the glowing blank. His mind raced. I am someone who. What? Disciplined? Strong? Consistent? Unstoppable? Purpose-driven? Resilient? Too many choices. It feels like too much pressure, he admitted quietly. The man nodded. That's because you're trying to pick a final identity. Day 2 is about creating a working identity, a sentence that guides you through the challenge. He motioned to the holograms around them. Look at them. Your future selves. Which one feels like it's already inside you, even if it's buried? Liam turned slowly, scanning each version. His eyes kept returning to one, a Liam standing with quiet confidence. Hands in his pockets. Eyes clear, calm, intentional. He didn't look perfect. He didn't look heroic. He looked stable. Steady. Grounded. Liam pointed at him. That one, he said softly. The one who looks like he keeps promises to himself. The man stepped beside him. And what sentence would create that version? Liam stared at the blank again. Words formed in his mind slowly, emotionally, truthfully. He lifted his hand and whispered the answer, I am someone who follows through. The moment he spoke it, the sentence blazed across the glowing line in bright gold. The hologram of the confident Liam grew brighter. The others dimmed. The man nodded, a genuine spark of approval in his eyes. Good, he said. Very good. The platform trembled. The glowing patterns on the ground began to shift, rearranging themselves like puzzle pieces forming something new. Then a pedestal rose from the floor behind the black card. On it lay a stone hammer. Heavy. Solid. Engraved with the words, follow through is your foundation. Liam reached for it. As his fingers touched the handle, the man's voice hardened. Day 2 has a task. Liam gripped the hammer tightly. What is it? The man pointed past the edge of the platform. The abyss parted. And from the darkness, a structure rose. A massive wall. Cracked. Crooked. Built from mismatched stones. It stretched impossibly high, reaching into fog. What is that? Liam asked. The man's face turned grim. That, he said, is every unfinished thing in your life. Liam's stomach twisted. Every project left undone. Every promise unkept. Every plan abandoned. Every routine broken. He turned to Liam. You don't need to finish them. He looked back at the wall. You need to tear them down. Liam tightened his grip on the hammer. Why destroy them? Because you can't build a new identity on the ruins of the old one. You follow through by clearing unfinished paths, not by walking them. Liam looked at the towering wall again. Will it be hard? He asked quietly. The man smiled. Oh yes, he said. It will feel like the hardest thing you've ever done. He stepped back. But when it falls, your ability to follow through will rise with what's left. Liam exhaled shakily. Raised the hammer. Found his stance. The man nodded. Day 2 begins now. Liam swung the hammer and the entire wall shook. The echo of the hammer strike rippled through the void like thunder. The massive wall, the monument to every unfinished part of Liam's life, trembled from base to peak. Dust fell in slow, shimmering cascades. Cracks pulsed with faint light. But it didn't break. Not even close. Liam staggered backward from the recoil. The hammer felt twice as heavy now, like it had absorbed the weight of the blow. He exhaled sharply. Are you kidding me? That should have done something. The man stood near the edge of the platform, hands behind his back, expression neutral. Did you think one swing would undo years of neglect? He asked. Liam clenched his jaw. No, but I thought it would at least crack it. It did, the man said. Liam turned back. The wall still looked massive, towering, invincible, but near the bottom, he saw it, a thin crack. Barely visible. He frowned. That's nothing. The man's voice shifted, harder, deeper. A crack is everything. Every transformation begins with the smallest split in the old identity. Liam stared at the faint line. It looks so tiny. Tiny things determine entire futures, the man said. Ask anyone who quit early, they'll tell you that crack didn't matter. Ask anyone who changed their life, they'll tell you it was the moment everything began. Liam gripped the hammer again. Sweat already forming on his palms. Okay, he muttered. Round 2. He lifted the hammer. Swing. Boom. Another tremor. More dust. Another small crack forming beside the first. But the wall stood. Liam stepped back, panting. This thing is impossible. The man shook his head. Impossible is just a word the old identity uses to stay alive. Liam froze. Those words hit too close. He tightened his grip, inhaled deeply, and swung again. Boom. Another crack. Another piece of the old identity weakening. Another inch closer to freedom. But the wall still towered over him, unshaken in its arrogance. Liam's shoulders ached. His arms burned. His breath was shallow. This is going to take forever, he groaned. Yes, the man said. Liam turned, annoyed. Are you not supposed to encourage me right now? I am encouraging you, the man said calmly. That's what the truth sounds like. Liam grunted and swung again. Boom. Crack spiderwebbed. Dust fell like ancient snowfall. He wiped his forehead. This feels pointless. It isn't pointless, the man said. It's foundational. Liam lowered the hammer, frustrated. You keep saying that. What does it actually mean? The man walked toward him, slowly, deliberately. Day 1 burned who you were. But day 2 determines whether you become someone stronger, or rebuild the same version again. He gestured to the wall. That wall is unfinished business. If you don't clear it, your new identity will have no space to grow. Liam exhaled. So the challenge isn't just habits. It's clearing what drains me. The man nodded. Exactly. Liam looked up at the towering wall again. Each stone looked like it weighed a lifetime. Every layer seemed to represent years. Years of almost. Years of almost starting. Almost improving. Almost changing. Almost following through. And then he saw it. One stone near the bottom wasn't just cracked, it had a faint symbol glowing across its surface. A faint engraving, the 30-day workout plan you quit on day 6. Liam felt heat in his chest. Another stone glowed. The novel you outlined but never wrote. Another. The morning routine you ignored for 14 months. Another. The conversation you avoided. Another. The promise you broke to yourself. Liam's breath caught. He whispered, "These are all the things that held me back." "No," the man corrected. "These are all the things you let hold you back." Liam tightened his grip on the hammer. No more. He stepped forward again. This time he didn't hesitate. Boom. 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 Cracks raced upward like lightning. But the wall still stood. Sweat dripped down his temples. His arms trembled. His lungs burned. How much more? Liam gasped. As long as it takes, the man said. That's what following through means. Liam leaned on the hammer, exhausted. This is too hard. The man stepped closer, face calm, voice quiet. Do you know why people quit challenges? He asked. Liam shook his head, out of breath. Because they believe the difficulty is the problem. He leaned in. But the real problem is the belief that difficulty means you're doing it wrong. He stepped back. In reality, difficulty means you're doing it right. Liam stared at the cracks. They were no longer small. They reached halfway up the wall now, deep, jagged, growing. He stood tall. This wall is coming down. The man nodded. Say it again. This wall is coming down. Again. This wall is coming down. Energy surged through him. He lifted the hammer with both hands. Took his stance. And swung like he was striking the very years that stole his life. Boom. The cracks exploded upward. The foundation quaked. The ground shook. The wall let out a deep, ancient groan like something waking after centuries. Liam stepped back. The man watched silently. Then, the entire structure trembled violently. Pieces broke away. Chunks fell. Dust erupted like a storm. Liam shielded his face as the wall began to collapse in on itself, stone by stone, layer by layer, identity by identity. And then, boom. The whole wall collapsed into a pile of rubble. Silence. The man approached slowly. Day 2, he said, is complete. Liam stared at the ruins. He didn't feel triumphant. He felt lighter. There was space now. Space for something new. Something possible. The man handed him the black card. New words carved themselves onto the surface. Day 3, the energy shift power is not created. It is reclaimed. Liam exhaled a deep, steady breath he didn't know he'd been holding for years. He turned toward the man. What happens on day 3? The man's eyes hardened. Tomorrow, he said, you learn why your life has always felt heavy. Liam swallowed. And why? The man stepped back into the shadows. Because something has been draining you. The platform dimmed. The ruins faded. Then darkness. Power is not created. It is reclaimed. Darkness. Not empty, not silent, but waiting. Liam stood perfectly still, unsure whether the world around him had vanished, or whether it was preparing something. Then a single flame flickered to life. Suspended in the air like a tiny heartbeat of light. Liam stepped toward it instinctively. The flame responded by expanding, a slow, controlled bloom illuminating a small circle around him. He could finally see where he was. A vast cavern. Not made of stone. Made of shadows. They rose like pillars. Curled like fog. Hovered like smoke. But none of them belonged to him. Liam swallowed. What is this place? A voice answered behind him, low, serious, heavier than before. This is where your energy has been leaking. The man emerged from the shadows, coat blending into the darkness like he'd been part of it all along. Liam frowned. I don't understand. You will, the man said. Day 3 reveals the truth most people never realize. Your exhaustion has a source. Your low motivation has a source. Your burnout has a source. Your drained energy has a source. He pointed behind Liam. Turn around. Liam hesitated. Something in the man's tone felt dangerous. But he turned. And froze. A massive structure towered in the darkness, a black monolith made of tangled vines, chains, and heavy, pulsing masses of shadow. It looked alive. And trapped inside it were boxes. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. Each box glowed faintly, like fireflies trapped under glass. Liam stepped closer, eyes wide. What's in them? The man moved beside him. Pieces of your power. Liam felt a chill. My, what? The man gestured to the nearest box. Liam approached. A glowing word appeared across the surface, self-respect, 14 remaining. Liam's stomach dropped. He looked at another box. Courage, 22 remaining. Another. Mental clarity, 9 remaining. Another. Discipline, 3 remaining. Liam's chest tightened. I don't understand. How is this possible? The man stepped toward the massive shadow structure, touching one of the dark vines. This organism feeds on your energy, he said. Every time you broke a promise to yourself, every time you avoided something important, every time you stayed in comfort instead of growth, every time you quit on yourself, he gestured to the monolith. This thing fed. Liam staggered back. This is what's been draining me? The man nodded. Yes. Not the world. Not the people around you. Not your circumstances. He pointed at the shadows. This. Liam stared at the creature-like monolith. The vines pulsed faintly, as if breathing. He felt a deep, instinctive dread. So what is it? He whispered. The man's voice lowered. It is the accumulation of your avoided responsibilities, your unfinished tasks, your broken habits, your ignored potential. He turned to Liam. This is the weight you've been dragging into every single day. Liam clenched his jaw. That's why I always felt tired. Yes, the man said. Not because you lacked energy, but because something else was stealing it. Liam swallowed hard. So how do I get it back? The man walked to a lever embedded in the ground beside the glowing flame. You reclaim it. He pulled the lever. The cavern shook. Shadows slithered up the walls like living ink. The largest box, high up near the top, glowed brighter. A word appeared across it, focus, 1 remaining. Liam whispered, almost broken, 1%? The man faced him squarely. That's why day 3 exists. Today is about retrieving what you've been giving away. He pointed at the monolith. You will dismantle it. Liam's eyes widened. All of it? The man nodded. Yes. Piece by piece. Box by box. Energy by energy. Liam took a shaky breath. That looks impossible. The man's voice sharpened. Impossible is the language of the drained. You're about to learn the language of the restored. He held out the hammer from day 2. Liam took it. It felt heavier now, but not the bad kind of heavy. The powerful kind. The necessary kind. The man lifted a finger. Before you begin, there's something you need to know. Liam braced himself. The shadows will fight back. He pointed to the monolith. Every time you reclaim a piece of energy, the structure will retaliate. It will try to convince you that it belongs to your past, that you deserve to stay drained. Liam tightened his grip. I'm not stopping. The man nodded. Good. Because the first box you must reclaim is the one that will make the rest possible. The flame on the pedestal flared. A specific box began glowing intensely on the monolith, brighter than all the others. Words formed across it, belief in yourself, 0 remaining. Liam felt the breath leave his lungs. It's empty. Yes, the man said. And until you reclaim it, nothing else matters. Liam stepped toward the towering monolith. For the first time, he saw faces flickering within the shadows, versions of himself. Doubting. Criticizing. Sabotaging. Mocking. Fearful. Apologizing. Shrinking. All the versions that convinced you to quit, the man said. All the voices that drained you. Liam felt anger rising, not rage, but something deeper, resolve. He looked at the man. Tell me what to do. The man stepped back. Climb. Liam blinked. What? Climb the monolith, the man repeated. Retrieve the box with 0%. Reclaim your self-belief. Liam glanced at the vines. They twisted. Shifted. Opened like ribs. Closed like jaws. It's alive, Liam whispered. Yes, the man said. Your old identity always is. Liam inhaled. And began climbing. His fingers gripped the cold, shadow-wrapped vines. Each step was heavy. Each pull was harder than the last. Below him, the man called out, Remember the rule of day 3. Liam grunted. What rule? Your energy is not missing, the man said. Liam climbed higher. It's trapped. Even higher. And when you reclaim it, he reached toward the glowing box. You will feel powerful in ways you haven't felt since childhood. Liam grabbed the box. The monolith shrieked. Shadows exploded outward. Dark tendrils whipped around him, trying to pull him down. But Liam held on. He ripped the box free, a burst of light detonated through the cavern. The monolith recoiled. The shadows screamed. Liam felt something surge into him, not electricity, not adrenaline. Strength. Strength he hadn't felt in years. Real strength. The man called up to him, Good. Very good. Liam climbed back down, the box cradled in his hands. He placed it on the pedestal. It opened. A glowing wave rushed into his chest, warm, clean, powerful. The man smiled faintly. Belief restored. Liam straightened. Stood taller. Breathed deeper. Felt alive. The man held out the card. New words carved themselves into it. Day 4, momentum. Now that you have power, you need to learn how to keep it. Liam nodded. What's tomorrow's challenge? The man's expression sharpened. Tomorrow, he said, you learn the truth about why your momentum always dies. The cavern dimmed. The flame flickered. Day 3 was over. But Liam was just beginning. Now that you have power, you need to learn how to keep it. The cavern faded like smoke dissolving in wind. The flame vanished. The monolith melted into the dark. The boxes, the shadows, the heavy air all gone. Liam blinked. He was standing on a long, narrow stretch of ground that looked like a running track, except it wasn't made of rubber or stone. It was made of light. A glowing path stretched ahead of him, twisting upward into the horizon, then disappearing behind clouds of gold and white. The air buzzed, a soft hum like distant electricity. The man stood beside him, hands behind his back, posture straight, eyes sharp. Welcome to Day 4, he said. Liam looked down the luminous path. What is this place? It's where momentum is born, the man said. Liam frowned. I thought momentum was just staying consistent. The man smirked slightly. Consistency is the result of momentum, not the cause. He pointed at the glowing path. This is the cause. Liam stared at it, unsure. So what do I do? Walk it? Run it? The man stepped forward. You do what every person does when they start a new challenge. He turned and looked directly into Liam's eyes. You begin with power. Liam nodded slowly. That makes sense. The man's expression hardened. But the problem has never been starting, Liam. You've started 1,000 times. He gestured at the glowing path. This day isn't about beginning. It's about understanding why you always stop. Liam felt that like a punch to the ribs. He looked down at the path again. So this path shows why I lose momentum? Yes, the man said. And today, you must survive what kills your progress. The path pulsed. Then shifted. What had been a clear glowing road suddenly distorted, widening, narrowing, twisting into unexpected shapes. Liam stepped back. Is it supposed to look like that? Yes, the man said. Because momentum isn't linear. He pointed forward. It looks smooth from a distance. But when you're living it, it feels like this. Liam exhaled sharply. So what do I do? You start walking, the man said. Will the path stay this weird? No, the man said. It will get weirder. Liam swallowed, braced himself, and stepped forward. The first step felt incredible. Light shot up his leg, like confidence traveling into his chest. The second step felt even better, an electric burst of clarity. Then, something strange happened. On the third step, a patch of the glowing track dimmed under his foot. He stumbled. What was that? He asked. The man didn't move. Day 4's first lesson: momentum doesn't die because you get tired. It dies because enthusiasm fades. Liam took another step. Half the path dimmed beneath him again. What the? The initial excitement, the man said, always vanishes. People mistake its departure as a sign they should stop. Liam steadied himself. No more excitement. Just effort. Yes, the man said. That's the real beginning. Liam forced himself to walk again. The path shifted under his feet, random dips, unexpected bumps, sudden angles that jolted his balance. Why is it doing this? He asked through gritted teeth. The man walked beside him now, hands still behind his back. Lesson 2: Momentum dies when life becomes inconvenient. A sudden sideways tilt threw Liam off his feet. He hit the ground hard, sliding a few feet before grabbing the edge of the glowing track. He gasped for breath. Are you serious? He shouted. Very, the man said. Every time life threw you a minor inconvenience, a bad night of sleep, a stressful day, a busy week, you paused your progress. Liam stood, brushing off imaginary dust. That's unfair. No, the man said, it's accurate. Liam's jaw tightened. He stepped forward again. The path brightened for a few steps, then went dark beneath him. He stumbled. The man nodded. Lesson 3: Momentum dies when results are invisible. Liam froze. That one hurt, he admitted quietly. The man nodded. You quit because you didn't see change fast enough. You looked for evidence of transformation in the first week. The first days. Even the first hours. The glowing path flickered. Liam steadied himself. Okay, he said, I get it. Enthusiasm fades. Life gets inconvenient. Results take time. Fine. What's next? The man didn't answer. Instead, the track suddenly extended upward, not into a hill, but into a wall. A vertical climb of pure blinding light. Liam stared up in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. No, the man said. This is the reason you failed every challenge of your life. He pointed at the glowing wall. The momentum wall. Liam gulped. What is it? The moment, the man said, when the work feels harder than the reward. Something inside Liam cracked. That's true. Of course, the man replied. Everyone can maintain momentum until this point. Liam stared at the wall. You're saying, every challenge has this? Yes, the man said. And you've met it before. He pointed higher. You met it on every diet you quit. Every routine you dropped. Every goal you abandoned. He turned to Liam. You met it and you fell. Liam looked up the blazing wall again. I don't know how to climb this. The man finally stepped directly in front of him. You don't climb it with strength, he said. He raised a finger. You climb it with identity. Liam stared at him. You said your new identity was, what? Liam breathed out. I am someone who follows through. The man nodded. And what does someone who follows through do when momentum disappears? Liam swallowed. They keep going. How? The man asked. Without results. Without excitement? Without certainty? Liam hesitated. His heart pounded. His breath shook. He whispered, they keep going, because stopping isn't who they are anymore. The man smiled, the rare, almost proud kind of smile he seldom showed. Correct. The glowing wall pulsed. Then softened. Slightly. Just enough for a foothold to appear. Liam stepped forward. Placed his hands on the warm, blinding surface. Took a breath. And climbed. Hand. Foot. Hand. Foot. He climbed higher, the wall pulsing with resistance, shaking violently, trying to throw him off. His arms burned. His legs trembled. His grip slipped. Once. Twice. But he didn't fall. He kept going. Not because it was easy. Not because it was fun. Not because he felt motivated. He kept going because his new identity demanded it. Finally, he pulled himself over the top. Collapsed onto solid light. Gasping. Shaking. Laughing with disbelief. The man stepped beside him, calm as ever. Day 4, he said gently, is complete. Liam rolled onto his back, chest heaving. What's tomorrow? He asked. The man crouched beside him. Day 5, he said, is the day you meet the person who has sabotaged every transformation you've ever attempted. Liam frowned. Who? The man met his eyes. You. Darkness fell. Every transformation has an enemy. Most people never realize the enemy lives inside. Liam landed on solid ground. Not glowing. Not abstract. Not symbolic. Just ground. Cold. Rough. Gray. Like the concrete floor of an abandoned warehouse. The air was still. Too still. No wind. No hum. No distant echoes. Just silence, the kind that feels engineered, intentional, designed to make you hear your own heartbeat. Liam stood slowly, brushing dust from his palms. Where are we now? He asked. The man stepped out of the shadows behind him. This, he said softly, is the room where every challenge in your life has died. Liam looked around. Empty. Bare. But heavy in a way he couldn't describe. What do you mean died? He asked. The man pointed toward the darkness ahead. Look. A faint light flickered on. Then another. And another. Slowly, the warehouse illuminated. And Liam froze. Because the room wasn't empty at all. It was filled with versions of him. Not holograms. Not illusions. Not shadows. But living, breathing replicas of himself, one sitting on the ground looking defeated. One pacing anxiously. One lying on his back staring at the ceiling. One holding a half-finished planner. One slumped against the wall, phone in hand. One laughing it off. One crying. One shaking his head in regret. Hundreds of Liams. All different ages. All different moods. All stuck. Liam felt his chest tighten. What is this? The man stepped forward. These, he said, are every version of you that quit. Liam's breath caught. No, yes, the man said. Every challenge you started that lasted 3 days. Every habit that died in the first week. Every dream you got excited about and abandoned. Every plan you swore you'd finish, but didn't. Liam shook his head, backing away. I didn't realize that you had created an army of unfinished selves, the man said. No one realizes. Not until day 5. The warehouse grew brighter. Every Liam in the room looked at the real Liam with an expression he recognized: shame, fear, self-doubt, resignation. Liam whispered, they all look so lost. They were, the man said. And they still are. He pointed to the crowd. These versions of you did not disappear when you quit. They stayed. Waiting. Watching. Hoping you'd return for them. Liam felt his throat tighten. But why? Why show me this? The man turned to him. Because today you are not here to destroy them. He paused. You're here to face the one who created them. Liam frowned. Created them? Who? The man's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. The saboteur. Liam swallowed. Who is that? The man stepped aside, revealing a single figure standing at the far end of the warehouse. Liam's heart nearly stopped. It was him. But different. This version of Liam wasn't tired. Wasn't lost. Wasn't confused. Wasn't overwhelmed. This version was confident. Eyes sharp. Posture strong. A half-smile on his lips. A smile Liam immediately recognized. A smile he'd worn on every day, he told himself, I'll start over tomorrow. The man spoke quietly. This is the version of you that sabotages every transformation. Not out of malice, but out of fear. Liam stepped forward slowly. The saboteur Liam smirked. So, he said, you finally made it to day 5. Liam felt the hair on his arms stand up. You're me, he whispered. The saboteur nodded. I'm the part of you that fears success more than failure. Liam stared. Why? The saboteur shrugged. Because success would demand you become someone new. And I'm comfortable with who you are now. Liam clenched his fists. You're the one who made me quit. The saboteur laughed softly. No. You quit. I merely suggested it. Liam stepped closer. Why would you stop me from changing? The saboteur's smile faded into seriousness. Because change brings uncertainty. And uncertainty threatens survival. He walked toward Liam. I kept you safe. Small. Predictable. Liam shook his head. You kept me miserable. The saboteur smirked again. But alive. The man stepped between them. Day 5 is the confrontation, he said. But not the kind you expect. Liam frowned. What do I do? Fight him? No, the man said. You don't fight fear. You expose it. The saboteur's eyes narrowed. Careful. He doesn't know what he's asking for. The man ignored him. He placed a hand on Liam's shoulder. This day will reveal the truth you've never wanted to say out loud. Liam swallowed hard. What truth? The man stepped back. You are not afraid of failing. Liam blinked. Then what am I afraid of? The man answered softly, you're afraid of becoming the version of yourself who would change your life so drastically that you would no longer recognize the person you once were. Silence. Heavy. Suffocating. Sharp. The saboteur Liam stepped forward. That's right, he said. You're afraid of losing me. Liam finally understood. Every time he got close to real progress, real change, real transformation. The saboteur whispered, this isn't you. You don't do this. You'll mess it up. Just stop. Start again later. It had never been laziness. It had always been identity fear. Liam stepped toward the saboteur. What do I do with you? He asked. The saboteur tilted his head. You accept me, he said. But you stop obeying me. Liam swallowed. You don't disappear, the saboteur continued. You evolve. And when you evolve, I evolve with you. Liam reached out. The saboteur hesitated. Then placed his hand over Liam's. A pulse of light surged through the warehouse. The replicas, the unfinished Liams, dissolved. One by one. Calmly. Peacefully. Finally released. When the last one faded, the saboteur stepped back. His voice softened. All I ever did was try to protect you, in the wrong way. Liam nodded. I know. The saboteur exhaled a long, steady sigh and dissolved into light that flowed directly into Liam's chest. Warm. Quiet. Complete. The man stepped forward. Day 5, he said, is complete. Liam looked up, eyes brighter than ever. What's day 6? The man handed him the black card. New words etched themselves into the surface. Day 6. The discipline forged. Now that nothing stops you, you must learn to build the version of yourself who never stops. Liam inhaled sharply. The air shifted. The world blurred. Day 6 waited. Now that nothing stops you, you must learn to build the version of yourself who never stops. The world snapped back into existence like a flame igniting in pitch-black darkness. But this time, it was hotter, brighter, alive. Liam stood in what looked like an enormous circular chamber, walls made of molten rock, glowing like a volcano's heartbeat. Rivers of lava flowed beneath glass-like floors. Sparks floated through the air like fireflies made of embers. Heat pressed against his skin. Heavy. Intense. Relentless. This place, Liam whispered, shielding his face from the radiating glow, is a furnace. No, the man corrected behind him. It is a forge. Liam turned. The man stood tall and steady, completely unaffected by the heat, coat unburned, eyes calm, expression unshaken. A forge? Liam asked, voice hoarse. To forge what? The man stepped onto the glowing floor, and the heat around him dimmed, as if the room bowed to his presence. To forge discipline, he said. The kind that makes momentum possible. The kind that survives your emotions. The kind that continues without applause, without excitement, without certainty. Liam exhaled slowly. So this is the next test. The man nodded. Day 6 is where most transformations die. Not because people lack desire, but because they never learn the truth about discipline. He gestured around the blazing chamber. And the truth is simple, discipline is built, not felt. Forged, not discovered. Liam looked at the rivers of lava below. So why here? The man stepped beside a massive anvil that rose from the floor like a pillar of obsidian. Because discipline is created the same way steel is, through heat. Through pressure. Through persistence. Through repetition. A hammer materialized on the anvil. Not the same one Liam had used before. This one was heavier. Darker. Covered in glowing runes. The man nodded toward it. Pick it up. Liam reached for the hammer with both hands. The moment he touched it, a surge of heat shot through his arms, not painful, but powerful, like molten strength rushing into his bones. He grunted, lifting it, barely keeping it steady. This thing weighs a ton. Discipline always does, the man said. Then, the chamber rumbled. The floor shifted. The walls expanded. Something rose from beneath the molten river. A massive iron slab. Thick. Cold. Unmarked. The man pointed at it. Day 6 requires you to forge your discipline into 4 pillars. Pillars? Liam repeated. Yes. He held up a hand, and 4 words appeared in glowing fire in the air. 1. Structure 2. Standards 3. Self-control 4. Sacrifice. Liam stared at them. And I'm supposed to forge these? The man nodded. Into your identity. Liam stepped toward the slab. But how? The man gestured to the hammer. You strike. Liam blinked. That's it? I just hit it? The man's eyes sharpened. No. You strike with intention. He touched the slab. The first word carved into the iron, structure. The chamber dimmed. Liam felt something heavy in his chest, like a memory rising from the depths. I've never been good at structure, he whispered. I know, the man replied. That is why this must be forged, not assumed. Liam lifted the hammer. It was heavy. Really heavy. He swung it down. Boom. The slab glowed faintly. The word structure burned brighter. The man nodded. Again. Liam swung. Boom. The heat intensified. Sweat dripped down his face. Again. Boom. The glow spread across the slab, pulsing like a new organ learning to beat. Liam staggered back. This is harder than the wall. Yes, the man said simply. Because building discipline is harder than breaking old identities. The man touched the slab again. The next word burned into the iron, standards. Liam swallowed. These. I've failed it so many times. The man nodded calmly. Which means you now know why they matter. The chamber pulsed with heat. Liam gripped the hammer, lifted it. Boom. A sharp shock hit his arms. He winced. The man called out, standards hurt at first. Because they demand you rise above who you were. Liam swung again. Boom. The slab glowed. The word deepened. A strange warmth spread through Liam's chest. He kept swinging. Boom. 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 Until his muscles trembled, until his breath came in ragged bursts. Good, the man said. You're learning. The slab shifted again. The third word carved itself into the iron, self-control. Liam's chest tightened. The man watched him carefully. This, he said, is the hardest pillar. Because self-control requires you to win against yourself. Liam gripped the hammer. Lifted it. Swung. Boom. Nothing happened. The slab didn't glow. Didn't vibrate. Didn't respond. Liam frowned and swung again. Boom. Still nothing. The man spoke gently, you do not forge self-control through force. Liam looked at him, dripping sweat. Then how? Through clarity of intention. The man stepped forward. You do not resist temptation because it is hard. You resist it because it is beneath who you are becoming. Liam inhaled. His identity sentence echoed in his mind, I am someone who follows through. He closed his eyes. Lifted the hammer with calm instead of desperation. And struck. Boom. The slab erupted in golden sparks. The word self-control glowed like molten fire. Liam stepped back, stunned. How did? You aligned the strike with your identity, the man said. Now the forge listens. Then, the slab carved itself again. One final word, sacrifice. Liam stared at it, heartbeat loud. This word felt heavier than the others. The man took a step forward. This, he said quietly, separates dreamers from transformers. Liam's voice cracked. What do I have to sacrifice? The man's expression softened just barely. Comfort. Excuses. Old pleasures. Familiar distractions. The version of you who expects results without paying the price. Liam lifted the hammer. It felt heavier than ever. He held it above his head. Every muscle screamed. Every doubt rose. Every memory of quitting whispered at him. But he remembered the saboteur. He remembered the wall. The monolith. The breaking point. The foundation. He remembered the identity he chose. And he swung. Boom. A burst of blazing white light exploded outward. The entire forge roared to life. The slab glowed like a newborn star. Liam collapsed to his knees, panting, trembling. The man approached. Placed a hand on Liam's shoulder. Day 6, he said, is complete. Liam looked up at the glowing slab. The 4 words were now fused into the iron, structure, standards, self-control, sacrifice. He exhaled shakily. So what happens now? The man handed him the black card. New words etched themselves onto the surface like carving into bone. Day 7, the first real test. Tomorrow, your new identity will be attacked by the life you used to live. Liam felt a chill. What does that mean? The man extinguished the forge with a wave of his hand. Darkness swept in like a crashing tide. It means, he said softly, everything you built today is about to be tested in the real world. The chamber vanished. Day 6 ended. Day 7 waited. Tomorrow, your new identity will be attacked by the life you used to live. Light. Soft. Warm. Unfamiliar. Liam blinked as the world around him slowly sharpened into clarity, into his apartment. He was standing in his living room. The same couch. The same table. The same dusty bookshelf. The same coffee mug he'd left half-finished that morning. Except something was wrong. The room felt heavier than it had ever felt before. Heavier than the forge. Heavier than the monolith. Heavier than the warehouse of unfinished selves. Because this wasn't a symbolic world. This was real. The man stood beside him, hands behind his back, eyes observing the room with quiet calculation. "Welcome back," he said. Liam swallowed. "You brought me home." "No," the man replied. "You brought yourself home." Day 7 is not a metaphor. It's a confrontation. Liam glanced around, confused. Confrontation with what? The man's eyes flicked toward the doorway. Life. A knock echoed through the apartment. Liam stiffened. 3 slow knocks. Rhythmic. Familiar. He turned to the man. "What is that?" The man didn't answer. The knocking came again. Liam walked to the door, heart pounding. He opened it. And froze. Standing in the hallway was Liam. Not the saboteur. Not the shy version. Not the lost one. Not a future possibility. It was Liam as he used to be a week ago. The real-world version. The everyday version. The comfortable, distracted, inconsistent version. He wore the same clothes. Had the same posture. The same drained eyes. The same exhausted energy. He looked up. And whispered, "Hey." Liam stepped back. "What is this?" The man appeared beside him. "This," he said, "is the version of you that lived here before the challenge. The one built from old habits. Old routines. Old patterns." The old Liam stepped into the apartment slowly, looking around as if confused. The real Liam's breath shook. "What's going on? Why is he here?" The man spoke calmly. "Every time someone tries to transform, the life they used to live pulls them back." Old Liam ran a hand through his hair. "You look different," he said quietly. "Stronger. More sure." Real Liam exhaled slowly. Old Liam continued, "So what are we doing today? Scrolling? Eating something quick? Maybe binge a show? We could skip the workout. You don't have to push yourself today." His voice wasn't threatening. It was gentle. Comfortable. Seductive. A familiar whisper. The same whisper that had guided years of half-lived days. The man watched silently. Liam clenched his fists. "I'm not that person anymore." Old Liam smiled sadly. "No, but I'm still here." The man finally spoke. Day 7's truth is simple. The life you're trying to escape doesn't let go quietly. He pointed at old Liam. He won't attack you with fear. He won't attack you with anger. He attacks with comfort. Old Liam stepped closer. "Come on," he said softly. "You don't have to fight today. Take a break. You earned it." Real Liam shook his head. "I'm trying to change." Old Liam nodded. "I know. And I'm proud of you. But you don't have to change today. You can take a day off. Start again tomorrow. Just like always. The man's voice sharpened. He's using your history. Your patterns. Your softness. Liam looked at the man, trembling. So what do I do? The man stepped aside. You listen. Old Liam's voice softened even further, almost breaking. You're tired. You're stressed. You've done so much already. Don't burn yourself out. Just rest like you used to. His tone cracked. You're safer with me. Real Liam felt his throat tighten. Because part of him believed it. Part of him wanted to sink back into that old softness. The man finally spoke. Day 6 gave you discipline. Day 5 gave you courage. Day 4 gave you momentum. He stepped forward until he stood between Liam and his old self. Today, you must choose. The old Liam looked at him with sad, pleading eyes. If you leave me, you're killing the version of you that kept you safe. Real Liam swallowed. The room was silent. The man whispered, he isn't your enemy. But he cannot come with you. Real Liam stepped forward. Old Liam's eyes widened. Wait, he whispered. You can't leave me. You need me. Real Liam shook his head softly. No. I needed you when I didn't know how to grow. But now, he took one more step. I need to become someone stronger. Old Liam's voice broke. So this is it? Liam placed a hand on old Liam's shoulder. It's time. Old Liam trembled. Then nodded. Light enveloped him, not violently. Not suddenly. Softly. Peacefully. Like a version of himself finally being allowed to rest. As he dissolved into golden light, his last words echoed, I hope you finish this time. Liam closed his eyes. When he opened them, the room was empty again. The man stepped forward. Day 7, he whispered, is complete. Liam breathed out a deep, grounded breath. What's day 8? The man handed him the black card. New words burned into the surface. Day 8, the environment shift to change your life, you must change the world you live in. The room tilted. Faded. Blacked out. Day 8 waited. To change your life, you must change the world you live in. When the darkness faded, Liam expected another symbolic space, a forge, a cavern, a void. He was wrong. He stood in the middle of his bedroom. Morning light filtered through dusty curtains. Clothes were piled in the corner. His desk was cluttered with notebooks, wrappers, receipts. A half-drunk bottle of soda sat on the nightstand. His unmade bed sagged like it hadn't been touched in days. It looked ordinary. But it felt hostile. Not because the room had changed, but because he had. The man stood beside Liam, observing the space. Look closely, he said. Liam turned slowly. This is just my room. No, the man corrected. This is the battlefield. Liam frowned. Against what? The man gestured around them. This room is not chaos by accident. It is chaos by design. Liam blinked. What does that mean? The man stepped toward the cluttered desk. Your environment has been training you to remain the person you used to be. He pointed at the piles of clothes. That pile convinces you you're disorganized. He pointed at the junk on the desk. That desk convinces you you're overwhelmed. He pointed at the unmade bed. That bed convinces you you'll start fresh tomorrow. He turned back toward Liam. Your environment is not neutral. It reinforces the identity that built it. Liam's stomach twisted. So my room has been shaping me? All along, the man said. He walked across the room with calm precision. Environment is the invisible hand behind every habit. People fail their challenges not because they lack discipline, but because their surroundings belong to their old identity. The man stopped in front of Liam. "And your room," he said, "belongs to the version of you who never finished." Liam swallowed hard. "So what do I do?" The man snapped his fingers. Everything froze. Every particle of dust. Every loose paper. Even the light. "Day 8, the man said, requires you to perform a complete world shift." He raised a hand. "And that begins with understanding the physics of environment." The room unfolded. Literally. The walls peeled outward like pages. The floor expanded. The furniture stretched into enormous versions of themselves. The desk became a towering structure. The bed transformed into a sloping hill. The clothing pile became a mountain of fabric. Liam stared in awe. "What is this?" "A magnified view," the man said, "of how your environment controls you." He pointed at the giant bed hill. "Your bed is not soft." He paused. "It is gravitational." The hill shimmered with invisible waves. Every morning you try to get up, and your environment pulls you back down. Liam shook his head. "I thought I was just tired." "No," the man said. "You were being contained." He pointed to the massive desk. "This is not clutter. This is a wall built from unfinished decisions." The papers glowed with faint red light. Each one bore a phrase, "Deal with this later." "I'll organize this tomorrow." "I don't want to think about this right now." Liam exhaled. "It's all true." The man nodded. "And day 8 demands that you break the environment that built your old identity and construct the environment that sustains your new one." Liam stepped closer to the desk. The red light flickered. "So how do I change it?" The man lifted a glowing white shard from the air like a fragment of pure intention. "You redesign it," he said. "Piece by piece. Choice by choice. Intention by intention." He handed the shard to Liam. It felt clean. Like holding purpose. "This shard," the man said, "can reorder your environment according to your new identity. But only if you're honest." Liam gripped the shard tightly. "What do I do?" The man gestured at the room. "You speak the truth that your room has been hiding from you." Liam faced the giant bedroom landscape. His voice shook. "My room doesn't reflect who I want to be." The shard glowed. "My room reflects who I was." The light expanded. "And I'm not that person anymore." The shard exploded into pure white light. The environment reacted instantly. The bedhill collapsed into a smooth, flat surface. The desk wall shrunk into a clean, streamlined workspace. The clothing mountain dissolved into organized drawers. The floor cleared. The air freshened. The room stabilized into its normal size, except now it felt different. Intentional. Sharp. Aligned. Liam turned to the man. "It worked." The man nodded. "You have shifted your environment, but day 8 is not over." Liam stiffened. "There's more?" The man stepped toward the window. "Environment is not just physical." He placed a hand on the glass. "It is digital." The window flickered, turning into a giant screen displaying Liam's social media feeds, subscriptions, notifications, apps, music, saved posts, videos, messages, all swirling like an ocean of noise. The man looked at him seriously. "This," he said, "is the environment that drained your focus, stole your time, and dictated your emotional state." Liam swallowed. "I didn't know it was this bad." "Most people don't," the man said. "That is why they fail their challenges before they reach day 10. The screen flickered, showing just one more video. Scroll for a second. I'll check this quick. This doesn't matter. Liam forced himself to look. Tell me what to do, he said. The man extended his hand. Another shard appeared, darker this time. Sharper. Heavier. This shard, the man said, is for digital boundaries. Liam took it. What do I say? The man replied, the truth. Liam swallowed. Faced the swirling screen. And said, my digital life should serve me, not consume me. The shard pulsed. I choose focus over noise. It glowed brighter. I choose clarity over chaos. The room vibrated. I choose becoming over escaping. The shard exploded into clean, slicing light. Notifications shattered like glass. Feeds dissolved into dust. Distractions evaporated. The entire digital landscape reorganized into calm, minimalist form. Silence. Clean. Powerful. Real. Liam exhaled. The man stepped closer. Day 8, he said, is complete. Liam felt the room settle around him, a room finally built for growth, not stagnation. What's day 9? He asked. The man handed him the black card. New words carved themselves into the surface. Day 9, the social reset. Your life cannot transform if your circle stays the same. Liam felt a chill. He whispered, so tomorrow. I face the people in my life? The man nodded. And the versions of you they expect you to remain. Darkness swallowed the room. Day 9 approached. Your life cannot transform if your circle stays the same. The darkness dissolved into a new scene. Wind swept across Liam's face. Fresh air. Distant chatter. Footsteps on pavement. He blinked and realized he was standing on a quiet street corner. His street. His city. His real life. But something was different. The atmosphere felt tight. Dense. Charged. Like walking into a room moments before lightning strikes. The man appeared beside him. Day 9, he said, is where most people retreat. Liam swallowed. What happens today? The man pointed toward the end of the street. Today, you face every person who knows the old you and expects him to stay. Liam stiffened. What does that mean? The man stepped forward, hands behind his back. Every social circle, he said, reinforces a version of you. Some circles reinforce weakness. Some reinforce distraction. Some reinforce fear. Some reinforce stagnation. He turned to Liam. And when you begin to grow, they feel threatened. Liam looked down the street. Slowly, silhouettes appeared. First 1. Then 3. Then 10. Then dozens. They formed a long line, walking toward him, people he knew, friends from school. Old co-workers. Gym buddies he'd ghosted. Casual friends he drank with. People who liked him as he was. People who needed him to stay predictable. People who expected nothing of him, and therefore kept him nothing. Liam's stomach dropped. What are they doing here? These, the man said, are the social anchors holding you to your old identity. The silhouettes stepped into the light one by one, becoming real, familiar faces. A friend patted Liam's shoulder. Bro! You're not still doing that self-improvement thing, right? Come on, man. Just relax. You don't need all that. Another laughed. You're trying to change? You? Since when? Another crossed his arms. You're acting weird lately. Like you think you're better than us. Another shook their head. Just be yourself, man. Stop trying so hard. Liam felt his chest tighten. The man whispered, your environment tries to stop your transformation. But your social environment tries to reverse it. Liam clenched his fists. A familiar voice appeared behind him. Soft. Too soft. Hey, where have you been? Liam turned. A person he used to spend hours with, not because the connection was deep, but because the comfort was easy. They stepped forward, smiling. You don't text anymore. You don't hang out. You don't talk like you used to. Are you okay? Liam felt a pang in his chest. I'm trying to change, he said quietly. Their smile faded. I liked you better before. The words hit him harder than any forge, any shadow, any wall. The man stepped between them. And that, he said, is the line that has broken more transformations than any challenge. Liam swallowed. So what do I do? The man gestured to the crowd. Today's task, he said, is painfully simple. He looked Liam in the eyes. You must set boundaries. Liam blinked. What kind of boundaries? Identity boundaries, the man said. You must tell your circle who you are becoming and stop letting them drag you back to who you were. Liam felt panic rising. What if they don't understand? They won't, the man said. And that is the point. Liam hesitated. So what if they get angry? They will. So what if they leave? The man's expression softened. Then they were never meant to see your future. Silence. Heavy. Real. The crowd grew louder. Why are you acting different? You're not like this. Stop trying so hard. You're going to burn out. Just be normal. Who do you think you are? You'll quit like always. Liam felt the noise closing in around him. The man placed a hand on his shoulder. Speak, he said. Say the sentence you forged. Liam exhaled. His identity. His foundation. His truth. He stepped forward. I, he said, voice shaking, am someone who follows through. The crowd quieted. Liam continued, louder, and I'm becoming someone I've never been before. A ripple went through the crowd. Some faces hardened. Some grew confused. Some turned away. Some whispered. Some glared. But others faded into mist. The man pointed at them. Those, he said, are the ones who were only attached to your old identity. More whispers erupted. You think you're better now? You're abandoning us. You've changed. This won't last. Liam felt the familiar guilt rising. He looked at the man. Why is this so hard? Because, the man said, humans fear disappointing others more than they fear disappointing themselves. Liam shut his eyes. He whispered, no more. When he opened them, he stepped forward. And the crowd parted, not out of respect. Out of discomfort. Because they could sense it. The old Liam was gone. This version was different. Sharper. More grounded. Unshakable. One person called out after him, "You're really doing this?" Liam turned. "Yes," he said. "I am." Their face twisted. "You'll lose us." Liam nodded. "If the price of my growth is losing people who don't want me to grow, then it's a price I'm willing to pay." Silence. Then the man whispered, "Day 9 is complete." Liam exhaled. The street blurred. The silhouettes dissolved. His apartment reappeared. He turned to the man. "What's day 10? The man handed him the black card. New words burned into the surface. Day 10, the new routine. Now that your world is aligned, you must build the life that fits your identity. Liam breathed deeply. Tomorrow, the man said, you build the first version of your upgraded life. Darkness swept in. Day 10 approached. Now that your world is aligned, you must build the life that fits your identity. When the world returned, it wasn't a forge, or a cavern, or a symbolic landscape. It was Liam's kitchen. Quiet. Still. Early morning light spilling across the counter. He blinked, adjusting to the calm. For the first time in days, nothing felt dramatic or dangerous. Just ordinary. Too ordinary. The man stepped into the room behind him. Welcome to day 10, he said. Liam looked around, confused. This feels normal. Yes, the man replied. And that is why today is the hardest day so far. Liam frowned. How is this harder than climbing a momentum wall or fighting my old self? The man placed both hands behind his back. Because this, he motioned around the quiet kitchen, is where transformations die in the real world. Liam exhaled. What do I have to do today? The man's tone turned sharp, almost surgical. You must build the first version of your new life. Liam blinked. But I thought I already did that by shifting my environment. No, the man said. You cleaned the room where the new life will live. Now you have to build the life itself. The room went silent. Liam sensed something was coming. The man snapped his fingers. The kitchen expanded outward into a massive, empty hall, white floors, white walls, white ceiling. A blank canvas. Liam stood in the center. What is this place? The framework of your life, the man said. Unshaped. Unformed. Undefined. Liam turned in a slow circle. It's empty. Yes, the man said softly. And that emptiness is why most people fail. He pointed beside Liam. A giant block of stone rose from the ground. Cold gray marble. Untouched. Waiting. Next to it appeared a chisel and a hammer. Liam stared. What am I supposed to make with this? The man stepped closer. A routine. Liam blinked. A routine, out of stone? The man nodded. You must carve your routine into something solid enough that your old identity can't break it. He tapped the marble block. Habits written in air disappear. Habits carved in stone remain. The man lifted the chisel. Day 10 asks you to choose the behaviors that match your identity and discard the ones that don't. He placed the chisel in Liam's hand. Today, you sculpt the first version of your life. Liam tightened his grip. So what do I carve? The man pointed at the blank marble. Start with your identity sentence. Liam inhaled deeply and whispered, I am someone who follows through. The chisel in his hand pulsed with light. He placed it against the marble. And struck. Clang. A line carved itself into the stone, not random, not chaotic. A foundation. Liam stepped back as glowing words appeared across the marble. Follow-through requires action. The man nodded. Good. Now define the actions. Liam hesitated. What actions? The man replied, actions that prove your new identity in the real world. He pointed to the stone again. What morning habits reinforce follow-through? Liam thought. Then, wake up on time. Move my body. Plan my day. Limit distractions. He lifted the hammer. Clang. 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 For new lines carve themselves into the marble. Wake with intention, move with purpose, plan with clarity, eliminate distraction. The stone glowed brighter. Liam felt his chest tighten. That feels real. Yes, the man said. Routines always feel real when they come from identity, not desperation. He stepped around the marble block. Now carve the afternoon. Liam swallowed. Okay. Focus work. Meaningful tasks. Avoidance detox. He braced the hammer. Clang. 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 Words etched themselves into the stone. Deep work block essential tasks only face what you avoid. The glowing routine grew stronger. Liam stepped back, breath shaking. This is incredible. But the man didn't smile. Finish it. Finish what? The evening. Liam nodded, thinking carefully. Reflection. Journaling. Preparation. No digital chaos at night. He lifted the hammer again. Clang. 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 More words appeared. Evening reflection. Write what you learn. Set tomorrow's intentions. Protect your night energy. The marble block now pulsed with golden light, a complete routine carved into stone. Liam stared at it, overwhelmed. This is my new life. The man stepped forward. No, he said. This is the first version of your new life. The marble dissolved and reformed as a perfectly carved pillar, solid and unbreakable. Liam touched it. It vibrated with strength. But then the room shook. Hard. Violently. Cracks formed on the floor. Lights flickered. The pillar wobbled. Liam steadied himself. What's happening? The man's voice thundered. Day 10 isn't about building the routine. The cracks spread. It's about proving whether it can survive. The pillar began to fracture. Liam panicked. Wait, no, it's brand new. It can't break. The man stepped forward. This is how life tests you. The pillar cracked again. Pieces chipped off. Your first routine is always fragile. Always unstable. Always vulnerable. The man shouted over the chaos, if you want a routine that lasts, you must protect it. Liam rushed to the pillar with his bare hands, pressing against it, holding it upright, forcing the cracks to slow. The man watched. Good, he shouted. This is discipline in the real world. The pillar groaned under invisible pressure. Liam yelled, it's too much. No, the man thundered. This is exactly the right amount. The pillar trembled, then stabilized. The cracks sealed. The marble hardened. The glow grew brighter, stronger, more stable. Liam collapsed to his knees, panting. The shaking stopped. The man approached. Congratulations, he said quietly. You just proved your routine is real. Liam looked up, sweating, shaken, but victorious. What happens now? He asked weakly. The man handed him the black card. New words carved into the surface. Day 11, the first breakthrough. Tomorrow, something inside you will unlock. Liam swallowed hard. And what unlocks? The man stepped back as the room dissolved into darkness. Potential. Tomorrow, something inside you will unlock. Liam expected the darkness to fade into another symbolic chamber. Another test. Another battlefield. It didn't. Instead, he found himself standing in a wide field of tall grass, swaying gently in a soft morning breeze. Golden sunlight spilled across the horizon. The sky stretched endlessly above him, open and unmarred by clouds. It was peaceful. Too peaceful. The man stood a few steps ahead, hands behind his back, watching the sunrise. Liam approached him cautiously. This doesn't look like a test, he said. The man didn't turn around. It isn't, he replied. Not today. Liam frowned. What do you mean? The man finally faced him. Day 11 is not a challenge, he said. It's a revelation. He pointed toward the horizon. Today, something inside you unlocks. Liam felt a tug of anticipation mixed with fear. What exactly unlocks? The man gave a faint smile. You'll see. He stepped aside, revealing a small stone path winding through the grass. Walk, he instructed. Liam obeyed, stepping onto the path. The moment he did, a soft pulse rippled beneath his feet. Like stepping on a heartbeat. He paused. The man gestured. Keep going. Liam walked farther, each step causing another gentle pulse. Warmth spread through his legs, rising into his chest. What is this? He called back. A reminder, the man said. Of everything you've already done. Liam took another step. Flash. A glowing image appeared in the air beside him. Day 1, breaking the script, he saw himself shattering the old identity column. Another step, flash. Day 2, the foundation, he watched himself tearing down the wall of unfinished tasks. Another step, flash. Day 3, reclaiming energy, he saw himself climbing the monolith to retrieve his self-belief. Another step, flash. Day 4, momentum wall, he relived his climb through the blinding light. Another. Day 5, the saboteur, he watched the moment he accepted and integrated the fearful version of himself. Each memory hovered like a hologram, bright, sharp, alive. Liam slowed to a stop, overwhelmed. I didn't realize, he whispered. How much I've done. The man approached, footsteps soft in the grass. That is why Day 11 exists, he said. Transformation does not fail from effort. It fails from blindness. Liam frowned. Blindness? Yes, the man said. People reach Day 11 of any challenge and feel like they haven't changed. Liam thought back to all the times he'd quit on Day 10, Day 12, Day 14, every time thinking, nothing's happening. I'm still the same. This isn't working. The man stepped closer. Because they forget everything they've already overcome. He gestured to the holograms. So today, you see it fully. Liam inhaled deeply. The path continued. He walked. Another step, flash. Day 6, the discipline forge, he saw himself forging the 4 pillars into solid iron. Another. Day 7, the first real test, he watched the moment he said goodbye to the old real-world version of himself. Another. Day 8, environment shift, he witnessed his room transforming from chaos to clarity. Another. Day 9, social reset, he saw the crowd dissolving as he declared who he was becoming. Another. Day 10, routine stability, he saw the pillar of stone stabilize under pressure. Liam's breath shook. He felt something stirring inside him. Something he hadn't felt in years. Pride. Confidence. Belief. The man came beside him, watching the final hologram fade. Now, he said quietly, we begin Day 11. Liam blinked. That wasn't the day? That wasn't the task? No, the man said. That was the preparation. He pointed ahead. A massive stone gate, carved with intricate patterns, stood at the end of the path. It pulsed with a golden glow. What's behind that gate? Liam asked. The man did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked toward the gate, placing one hand upon its surface. The patterns brightened. Behind this gate, he said, is the part of you that's been asleep. Liam felt his pulse quicken. What part? The man stepped aside. You've built identity, momentum, energy, discipline, environment, and routines. Now, Day 11 gives you the one thing that ties it all together. He raised a hand. The gate began to open. A beam of brilliant white light flooded the field, forcing Liam to shield his eyes. What is that? He shouted. The man's voice echoed through the light, the part of you that has been dormant since childhood. The light grew brighter. Your drive. Brighter still. Your hunger. Even brighter. Your potential. Liam struggled to keep his eyes open. Then a silhouette formed in the doorway. Liam lowered his hands slowly. He froze. Standing inside the light was another version of himself. But not like the others. Not weaker. Not stuck. Not fearful. This version was powerful. Eyes sharp. Posture straight. Breath steady. Presence unshakable. He radiated strength. Focus. Purpose. The man spoke softly. This is the version of you that could have existed all along. Liam whispered, Who are you? The figure stepped forward. His voice was deep. Grounded. Unshakable. I, he said, am your potential. Awake. Liam felt chills run down his spine. You've been asleep my whole life? He asked. No, the potential Liam replied. I've been locked behind the walls you built. Behind the excuses. Behind the fear. Behind the habits. He took another step. But now you've cleared enough of the debris for me to emerge. Liam exhaled. So this is my breakthrough? The man answered, No. Liam turned. The man's expression hardened. Your breakthrough is accepting him. Liam's heart pounded. He turned back to the glowing version of himself. Accept him? Yes, the potential Liam said. Because the only thing more terrifying than your weaknesses, he stepped closer, is your strength. Liam felt his breath catch. He whispered, What happens when I accept you? The potential Liam smiled, calm, confident, unstoppable. You stop chasing transformation. He placed a hand on Liam's chest. And you start becoming transformation. A surge of energy erupted, warm, controlled, electric. Liam fell to one knee, gripping his chest, eyes wide. The potential Liam dissolved slowly into radiant light and flowed directly into Liam's body. Liam gasped, light rippled through him like a pulse. His breath steadied. His spine straightened. His vision sharpened. For a moment he felt powerful. Centered. Awake in a way he didn't know was possible. The man approached, watching him carefully. Day 11, he said softly, is complete. He handed Liam the black card. New words etched themselves into the surface. Day 12, the hard truth. Tomorrow, you face the reason you keep falling off after 2 strong weeks. The field dimmed. The world collapsed into darkness. Liam inhaled sharply. Day 12 awaited. Tomorrow, you face the reason you keep falling off after 2 strong weeks. Darkness. Thicker than before. Colder. Heavier. Liam felt it press against his skin, almost like a hand gripping his shoulders. Then a single spotlight flickered on overhead. Hard. White. Unforgiving. It illuminated a small circle of ground beneath him, gray stone, cracked like a forgotten prison floor. The man stepped into the light beside him. His expression was sharper today. Stricter. No softness in his voice. Day 12, he said, is the day we stop sugarcoating your transformation. Liam swallowed. He felt the air thicken around him. What does that mean? The man pointed into the darkness. It means today, we reveal the truth you've avoided your entire life. Liam felt his pulse spike. What truth? The man didn't answer. Instead, a faint scraping echoed through the dark. Then a shape emerged. A chair. Not a normal chair. A heavy wooden interrogation chair bolted to the floor. Chains. Leather straps. A design meant to hold someone completely still. Liam stared at it, confused. What is that? The man stepped behind it. Sit. Liam froze. Why? Because day 12, the man said sternly, is not about fighting. It's about facing. The air shifted. Liam's chest tightened. Facing what? The man locked eyes with him. The reason you always quit right when success is within reach. Liam hesitated. The man's tone turned deadly quiet. Sit. Or day 12 ends here. Liam felt the weight of the choice. Slowly, cautiously, he sat. The chair felt cold against his skin. The man tightened one strap. Then another. Then another. Liam didn't resist. He sensed he wasn't trapped by force, but by necessity. The man circled in front of him. Do you know why this chair exists? He asked. Liam shook his head. The man leaned closer. Because the truth I'm about to show you is the truth you keep running from. He stepped back. There are two kinds of pain, he said. The pain of growth, and the pain of facing yourself. Liam's breath quickened. What am I facing today? A second spotlight flickered on across the chamber, revealing a mirror. A full-body mirror. Massive. Surrounded by cracks. Held up by metal rods, as if it had broken 1,000 times and been forced back together. Liam's stomach dropped. I've already faced versions of myself, he whispered. The man shook his head. No, he said. You faced symbolic parts. Representations. Fears. Patterns. He pointed at the mirror. Today, you face your truth. Liam felt something deep inside him tremble. What truth? The man raised a hand and the mirror turned black. Not reflective. Not transparent. Just void. Day 12 asks one question, the man said, and it is the hardest question in your entire transformation. He paused. Why do you sabotage yourself? Liam flinched. He opened his mouth to answer, but the man snapped, no excuses. No stories. No surface-level answers. He stepped closer to the mirror. Your mind has a root pattern and emotional wound that activates around day 10 to day 14. Liam froze. Because he knew that was true. He had lived the cycle, day 1 to 7, motivated day 8 to 10, strong day 11 to 14, collapsed. The man gestured to the dark mirror. The answer is inside here. Locked. Buried. Hidden from your conscious mind. Liam shook his head. I don't want to do this. That is exactly why you must. The mirror flickered. Slowly, images formed. But they were blurry. Shadowed. Unclear. What am I looking at? Liam whispered. The man crossed his arms. Your earliest losses. Your earliest embarrassments. Your earliest mistakes. Your earliest rejections. The image is sharpened, a young Liam being laughed at in class. Another failing at a school performance. Another being told he never finishes anything. Another crying after being compared to others. Another giving up when something felt too hard. Another being told he wasn't capable. Another being told he wasn't consistent. Another disappointing someone he loved. Each memory hit like a punch. Not because they were dramatic, but because they were real. The man spoke quietly. This is the emotional blueprint that shaped your adult identity. Liam looked away. Please, stop. No, the man said. You've run from these feelings your whole life. And every time you got close to real change, these wounds reopened. Liam felt tears building. I don't want to see this. That's why you sabotage, the man said. You break your momentum to avoid triggering old pain. The mirror shifted again, showing something worse, moments from his 20s. Moments he avoided thinking about. Times he quit right before things got good. Times he avoided responsibility. Times he ghosted opportunities. Times he watched potential slip through his fingers because the pressure reminded him of childhood failure. He clenched the arms of the chair. Stop, but the man raised his voice. This is the truth, Liam. He stepped forward, eyes burning. You are not afraid of effort. You are afraid of expectation. Liam froze. The man continued, you stop after 2 strong weeks because 2 strong weeks create pressure, the expectation to keep going. And that expectation reminds you of the person you used to be. Liam's heart cracked. He whispered, so I sabotage myself, to avoid feeling like a failure again? The man nodded once. Yes. Silence. Long. Heavy. Real. The man placed a hand on the chair. Now say it, he said softly. The truth. Liam shook his head. I can't. You can. Liam clenched his jaw, tears threatening. He forced the words out, I sabotage myself because success scares me. The mirror exhaled light. The shadows cracked. Liam continued, voice breaking, I sabotage myself because I don't want to disappoint people again. Cracks spread across the mirror like lightning. And I sabotage myself because part of me still thinks I'm the failure I used to be. Shatter. The mirror exploded outward, fragments dissolving into dust before they hit the ground. Liam sobbed once raw, painful, cleansing. The man reached out and unbuckled him. Day 12, he whispered, is complete. Liam wiped his face. What's day 13? He asked quietly. The man handed him the black card. New words carved themselves into the surface. Day 13, the identity lock. Tomorrow, we ensure the new you can no longer become the old you. The chamber faded. Darkness took him. Day 13 waited. Tomorrow, we ensure the new you can no longer become the old you. The darkness from day 12 finally loosened, unraveling into a dim, hazy glow. Liam opened his eyes. He was standing in a long corridor. Stone walls. Iron torches. A floor that looked ancient, cracked, worn by centuries of footsteps. But the strange part wasn't the corridor. It was the doors. Hundreds of them. One on each side. Each carved with symbols he didn't recognize. Each glowing faintly with colors he couldn't name. Each humming with an energy that felt familiar, too familiar. The man appeared beside him. Calm. Hands behind his back. Expression unreadable. Where are we? Liam whispered. The man answered without looking at him, inside your identity. Liam blinked. My identity? The man nodded. Every identity is a structure. Every structure has rooms. Every room has doors. And behind each door lies a past version of you. Liam felt his chest tighten. He glanced at the closest door on his left. It had a carved symbol of a closed fist, small, trembling. He reached toward it. The man grabbed his wrist. Careful, he warned. These doors are not memories. They are access points. Liam frowned. Access points to what? The man stepped back and gestured down the corridor. To the versions of you that still exist. Liam swallowed. You mean like the saboteur? The man nodded once. The saboteur was one door. But there are hundreds more. Liam scanned the hallway again. Door after door, after door, after door. Each one humming. Each one calling. Day 13, the man said, is where most people fail the challenge. Liam frowned. Why? Because day 13 exposes a truth almost no one is willing to face. The torches flickered, shadows shaking like frightened creatures. And the truth is this: even after breakthrough, even after discipline, even after momentum, you still have access to the person you used to be. Liam's breath caught. He already knew it was true. He'd felt it before. That strange pulling sensation, the gravitational force of old habits whispering from the dark corners of his mind. The man pointed to the doors. As long as these doors remain unlocked, your old identity can return. At any moment. Any stress. Any slip. Any moment of weakness. A chill ran down Liam's spine. So day 13 is about locking these doors? The man nodded. No. Day 13 is about something far more powerful. He stepped toward the first glowing door. You don't simply lock the past. He placed his hand on the handle. You seal it. The door pulsed. A low growl echoed behind it. Liam stepped back instinctively. What's behind that door? He whispered. The man didn't answer. He pulled the handle just enough to open it a crack. A freezing burst of air shot out, sharp, aggressive, full of restrained hatred. Liam gasped. And then he saw an earlier version of himself. Hunched. Shaking. Fearful. Eyes wide. Breathing fast. The version from middle school who froze every time he had to speak, who believed silence was safer than trying. The man slammed the door shut. The corridor went silent again. Liam trembled. I didn't know that version still existed. He never left, the man said. None of them do. Old identities don't disappear, they wait. He pointed further down the hall. That door leads to the version of you that avoided opportunities. He pointed to another. That one leads to the version afraid of success. Another. That one leads to the people pleaser. Another. That one leads to the perfectionist. Another. The procrastinator. Another. The doubter. Another. The quitter. Another. The escapist. Liam felt overwhelmed. There are so many, there always are, the man replied. Your identity isn't one version, it's an infinity of selves you built, piece by piece, year by year. He stepped in front of Liam. And today, you will seal every version that no longer serves you. Liam straightened slightly. How? The man handed him something small. Black. Metal. Cold. A key. But not like any key Liam had seen. This one pulsed like a heartbeat. This, the man said, is the identity lock. Liam examined it. It looks too small to close all these doors. The man shook his head. It does not lock doors. It locks choices. Liam blinked. I don't understand. The man lifted his chin and spoke slowly. Right now, you can still choose to be who you used to be. The words hit like a hammer. If you don't seal these doors, your transformation will collapse the moment life hits you hard. The corridor darkened. You will retreat to old versions of yourself. Versions designed to survive, not to grow. Liam swallowed. So how do I seal them? The man pointed at the doors. With your truth. He stood aside. Go to the first door. Liam approached the trembling door, the one with the trembling fist carved on it. He placed the key against the lock. Nothing happened. The man whispered, you must say this sentence. Liam inhaled. And spoke, I am no longer the version of myself that freezes when I'm afraid. The key glowed. The lock clicked. The door pulsed once, then turned to stone. Sealed. Gone. Liam felt a rush of relief fill his chest. The man nodded. Again. Next door. Liam approached the next door. A trembling symbol of scattered papers and missed chances. He pressed the key to the lock. I am no longer the version of myself that avoids opportunities. Click. The door sealed. Next. The door with the symbol of a shattered mirror, fear of success. I am no longer the version of myself that fears becoming better. Click. Another. The door carved with endless to-do lists, procrastination. I am no longer the version of myself that runs from effort. Click. Another. The door carved with a tight, anxious knot, people-pleasing. I am no longer the version of myself that sacrifices my needs for approval. Click. Another. A door carved with a broken clock, lost time. I am no longer the version of myself that wastes my days. Click. Liam moved faster now. Door after door after door. Each sentence stronger. Each lock louder. Each seal brighter. The corridor filled with light. Finally, he reached the last door. The deepest one. The oldest one. The one carved with a single phrase, not enough. Liam felt pain surge in his chest. The man stepped beside him. This, he said, is the core wound. The identity that has guided every failure. Every doubt. Every sabotage. Liam's hand trembled as he lifted the key. I don't know what to say. The man spoke softly, say what you've never believed. Liam closed his eyes. Held the key against the lock. And whispered, I am enough. And I always was. The lock exploded with golden light. The door sealed, not quietly, but powerfully. A wave of energy blasted down the corridor, sealing every door with it. The man steadied himself. When the light dimmed, Liam turned. Breath shaking. What happens now? The man placed a hand on his shoulder. Now, he said, your old identity can never return. He handed Liam the black card. New words carved themselves into the surface. Day 14, the shift tomorrow, the outside world will feel your transformation. Liam breathed deeply. The corridor faded. Day 14 waited. Tomorrow, the outside world will feel your transformation. The corridor dissolved into light. Slowly, like fog drifting apart, a new world formed around Liam. He stood in the middle of a busy city street. Cars moving. People rushing. Phones buzzing. Doors slamming. Voices overlapping. Life happening at full speed. Except this time. Liam wasn't just in the world. He was separate from it. Still. Grounded. Centered in a way he had never felt before. The man appeared beside him, hands clasped behind his back. Welcome, he said, to day 14. Liam scanned the street. This wasn't symbolic. This wasn't metaphorical. This was real. My city, he whispered. Yes, the man answered. Because today is the day your internal transformation becomes external. Liam frowned. What does that mean? The man turned to him, speaking clearly over the noise of the world. For 13 days, you shifted your identity. Your beliefs. Your environment. Your energy. Your patterns. Your wounds. Your fears. He stepped closer to Liam. But change inside means nothing until the world reacts. As if on cue, a man bumped Liam's shoulder while passing. Hard. But instead of shrinking or apologizing, Liam stood firm. Grounded. unmoved. The man hurried on without a second glance. Liam blinked. Why didn't that shake me? Because you are changed, the mentor said. But the world still thinks you are who you used to be. Liam exhaled slowly. So today, the world tests me? Yes, the man replied. You cannot hide who you've become. And today, everyone will feel it. The street shifted, lights dimming. Crowds slowing. Shadows lengthening. Not because the world changed, but because Liam's awareness sharpened. Every person who passed him suddenly emitted a faint, glowing outline. Not bright. Not blinding. More like a resonance. He stared. What's happening? The man pointed at a passerby, a young woman hurrying with her phone in hand. Before your transformation, the man said, you absorbed the energy around you. He pointed at her outline. Now, you perceive it. The woman's outline glowed a pale blue, unfocused, distracted, overwhelmed. Liam looked at another person, a man dragging his feet, eyes dull, posture slumped. His outline flickered gray, exhausted, empty, unmotivated. Another person, laughing with friends, lively, moving with confidence, glowed bright orange, energized, aligned, determined. The man walked beside Liam. Everyone has an energy, he said. Not mystical. Not magical. Observable. Liam swallowed. I never noticed this before. You couldn't, the man replied. Not until you changed your own. Liam looked down, he had an outline too. But his wasn't blue, or gray, or orange. His was gold. Clear. Steady. Solid. Unbreakable. A warmth spread across his chest. The man nodded. That is the shift. Liam looked up, eyes wide. So what do I do today? The man extended a flat hand outward. Today, you learn the hardest truth of transformation. He paused. Growth changes how people treat you. As the words left his mouth, the world reacted. People began staring at Liam. Confused. Curious. Unsure. Someone whispered, did he always walk like that? Another murmured, something's different about him. A friend from years ago passed by, paused, looked him over, but didn't recognize him. Not his face. His energy. Liam took a step backward, startled. Why are they reacting like this? The man answered, because your energy no longer matches your old identity. Liam's pulse quickened. So what do I do? Walk, the man said. Liam moved forward through the crowd, and the crowd parted. People sidestepped without realizing why. Space opened where there had been none. Strangers glanced at him twice, unable to categorize him. Every few steps, he heard whispers, who is he? He seems sure. He's got presence. Something about him, I should straighten up. One man, distracted by his phone, walked directly into Liam's path. Liam expected to step aside, like he had done his whole life. He didn't. He simply stood. Strong. Still. Tall. The man stopped abruptly, startled. Oh, sorry, he muttered, stepping out of the way. Liam felt something powerful settle inside him. What was that? The mentor responded, that was respect. Liam exhaled slowly. This is unreal. This is transformation, the man said. Not the fantasy kind. Not the motivational kind. He pointed at Liam's chest. This is what happens when a person finally carries themselves in alignment with the identity they chose. The world around them shifted again, voices distorting, shapes blurring, energy intensifying. The mentor's tone darkened. But there is a part of day 14 you haven't faced yet. Liam straightened. What part? The man pointed behind him. Liam turned and froze. A group of people stood there, staring at him. Not strangers. People from his past. A former friend he drifted from. A co-worker who doubted him. A relative who told him he'd never change. An old classmate who used to belittle him. A past partner who said he lacked ambition. Their outlines were dark. Darker than anyone else. The man stepped beside him. These, he said quietly, are the people whose perception of you must change, and day 14 forces that shift. Liam felt his hands tremble. One of them stepped forward. What's gotten into you? They demanded. Another, stop acting different. It's weird. Another, you think you're better now? The mentor whispered, stand tall. Liam lifted his chin. Another voice cut through the air, you're not this person. Liam spoke calmly. Yes, he said. I am. Their outlines flickered, as if shocked by his certainty. The mentor nodded. Good. Another person scoffed, you'll go back to who you were. Liam held their gaze. No, he said quietly. I sealed that version yesterday. Their energy recoiled. The mentor stepped forward. Day 14 is complete when they feel your truth, not hear it. Liam took one more step toward them. And something inside him shifted, not forcefully. Not aggressively. But undeniably. His gold outline expanded, filling the entire street. Warm. Strong. Grounded. Real. The past figures blinked, confused, then slowly dissolved into the atmosphere. The mentor placed a hand on Liam's back. Well done, he said softly. Day 14 is complete. He handed Liam the black card. New words carved themselves into it. Day 15, the internal compass. Tomorrow, you learn the skill that prevents you from ever losing yourself again. Liam inhaled. The world began to fade. Day 15 approached. Tomorrow, you learn the skill that prevents you from ever losing yourself again. Wind. Soft, warm, rolling across Liam's face. When the world reassembled, he found himself standing on a cliff overlooking an endless horizon. Golden clouds drifted below. A radiant sun hovered low, painting the sky in colors he had no name for. The air felt ancient. Sacred. The man stood ahead of him, hands behind his back, staring into the vastness. Day 15, he said quietly, is the day you stop depending on me. Liam blinked. What? Why? The man turned. His eyes weren't cold, but they carried a seriousness Liam had only seen once before. Because you cannot finish the 30-day transformation if you rely on someone else to direct you. Liam stepped closer. But you've guided me through everything. Every breakthrough. Every challenge. Every truth. Yes, the man said, and that guidance ends today. Liam felt something twist in his chest. Why? The man gestured toward the horizon, limitless, vast, impossibly open. Because today, he said, you learn how to guide yourself. A structure rose behind the man, a massive, ancient stone pillar carved with spiraling symbols. At the top of the pillar hovered a floating sphere of golden light. Small. Calm. Perfect. What is that? Liam asked. The man responded, the internal compass. The sphere pulsed gently. It is the part of you, he said, that knows exactly who you are becoming and never lets you drift away from it again. Liam frowned. But don't I already know who I'm becoming? The man shook his head. You know the direction. But direction is useless without alignment. He walked toward the pillar. For 15 days, you have transformed your identity. You have changed internally in ways most people never experience in their lifetime. He turned to face Liam. But no external transformation lasts unless you develop the skill that protects it. Liam inhaled. What skill? Self-alignment. He raised a finger. And day 15 forces you to learn it. The pillar rumbled. Stone plates shifted. A narrow staircase spiraled upward, thin, narrow, barely wide enough for a single foot. Liam stared. You expect me to climb that? The man nodded. Yes. Blindfolded. A strip of cloth appeared in the man's hand, dark, smooth, heavy. Liam shook his head. No. That's impossible. I'll fall. Exactly, the man said. Your survival depends not on your eyes, but on your alignment. Liam looked at the winding staircase. It rose at least 100 feet. One wrong step meant a deadly fall into the endless clouds below. He turned back to the man. How do I find the path? The man tapped the glowing sphere at the top. With this, he said. Your internal compass. Liam took a slow breath. If I fall. The man's voice softened. Then you fall. Liam swallowed hard. This is insane. No, the man said. This is the skill you've lacked your entire life. He walked closer and spoke quietly. You've always needed something external to guide you. A plan. A routine. A video. A quote. Motivation. Me. Liam felt his throat tighten. But life cannot be lived by instruction, the man said. It must be lived by alignment. He stepped back. Put on the blindfold. Liam stared at the cloth. His hands trembled. But he lifted it and tied it around his eyes. Darkness. The man's voice echoed, step onto the staircase. Liam reached out with his foot, searching, hesitating, then felt the first stone step under his toes. He stepped up. The moment his foot made contact, the step pulsed with warm light. Liam inhaled sharply. What was that? The compass acknowledging your alignment, the man said. Liam reached for the next step. But it wasn't where he expected. His foot swung through empty air. His heart lurched, his hands flailed, he pitched sideways, but just before he fell, the compass pulsed again in his chest. A quiet whisper inside him said, left. He shifted slightly, his foot found a step. Warmth surged through him. The man's voice drifted upward, good. Follow that feeling. Liam climbed again. And again. And again. Blind. Shaking. Disoriented. Every few steps, the staircase tilted unexpectedly. Sometimes right. Sometimes left. Sometimes upward in strange angles that defied logic. Each time Liam tried to use logic, he stepped into nothing. Each time he trusted the quiet pull inside his chest, he found the step. The sphere above pulsed brighter with every aligned choice. Liam gasped for breath. This is terrifying. Yes, the man said. Because for the first time you are relying on yourself. Liam continued climbing. Sweat dripped from his brow. His legs trembled. Twice he nearly fell. Twice the internal compass pulled him back. Step. 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 Higher. 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 Until he reached the top. Liam removed the blindfold. The sphere hovered inches from his face, glowing with a gentle brilliance. He reached out and touched it. Instantly, light rushed through his body. Not violent. Not overwhelming. Warm. Steady. Clear. The sphere dissolved into his chest. Into his heartbeat. Into his identity. Liam felt something he had never felt before, an inner knowing. Quiet. Calm. Unshakable. The man climbed the final steps behind him. Day 15, he said softly, is complete. He handed Liam the black card. New words carved themselves into the surface. Day 16, the accountability mirror. Tomorrow, you face the truth of your habits, with no illusions. Liam inhaled sharply. The top of the pillar faded into clouds. Day 16 approached. Tomorrow, you face the truth of your habits, with no illusions. Clouds swallowed the pillar. Wind shifted. Weightlessness rose around Liam like he was drifting between worlds. Then, the world snapped together. He stood barefoot in a vast, empty room. White floors. White walls. White ceiling. No shadows. No corners. No exits. A space untouched by time, untouched by chaos, a place where nothing could hide. The man appeared a few steps away, his presence echoing in the stillness. Welcome to day 16, he said. Liam inhaled sharply. The room felt too clean. Too pure. Too honest. What is this place? He asked. The man clasped his hands behind his back. This is the room of accountability. A place where illusions cannot exist. Liam frowned. Why would I need this? The man stepped forward. Because you have changed drastically, but your habits have not yet revealed their intentions. Liam blinked. Intentions? Habits don't have intentions. The man raised an eyebrow. Don't they? Without warning, the room trembled, a single pulse, deep and resonant. A crack tore through the center of the white floor. Liam stepped back. What's happening? The man didn't answer. Instead, the floor split open completely, and from the glowing gap, something rose. A massive mirror. 10 feet tall. Perfectly polished. Undivided. Impossibly clear. But when Liam looked into it, he didn't see his reflection. He saw his habits. Literal forms, human-like silhouettes made of smoke, light, and patterns. Liam stumbled backward. What are those creatures? The man's expression remained neutral. Those, he said, are the habits that still control parts of your life. Liam stared in horror. Each silhouette was different. 1. A twitchy, frantic figure, constantly pulling at something. The man nodded. Impulsiveness. 2. A heavy, hunched form, its legs dragging like weight. Procrastination. 3. A creature made of fog, hard to see, harder to catch. Avoidance. 4. A dark figure clutching its own chest. Self-doubt. 5. A pale, ghost-like version standing very close to Liam. That one, the man said quietly, is your desire for comfort. Liam's breathing quickened. They look alive. They are, the man said. As long as they remain unexamined. The creatures twitched. Shifted. Turned toward him. He felt a shiver trace up his spine. Why are they looking at me like that? Because today, the man said, they must answer to you. Liam stared at the mirror again. His voice cracked. I don't want to do this. The man shook his head. No one ever does. That is why day 16 exists. He tapped the mirror lightly. The glass rippled like water. The creatures moved restlessly, their outlines vibrating. Liam whispered, "What do I have to do?" The man stepped behind him. Today, you confront each habit one by one without excuses. Without blaming the past. Without denial. Liam felt his heartbeat pounding in his ears. And if I don't? The man's tone darkened. Then the habits you refuse to confront become the habits that control your future. Silence swallowed the room. The man pointed at the first creature, the twitchy, impulsive one. Begin. The creature lurched toward him, movements jagged and sharp. Liam braced himself. It stopped inches from his face, breathing fast, jittery. "What are you?" Liam whispered. The creature spoke in a distorted voice, a voice that sounded like him, but cracked and sped up. "I am your urge to escape the present." Liam flinched. It continued, "I pull you to your phone. To scrolling. To noise. To distraction. Every time stillness feels uncomfortable. I drag you away." Liam clenched his jaw. "Why?" The creature twitched violently. "Because discomfort scares you." Liam swallowed. "And what do you want?" The creature leaned closer. "To keep you distracted forever." A chill ran through him. "Enough," Liam said. The creature recoiled. Liam lifted his chin. "I no longer obey you." The creature screamed, a sound like breaking glass, and shattered into smoke. The man nodded. "Good. Next." The hunched procrastination creature stepped forward. Heavy. Slow. Dragging invisible chains. Liam faced it. "What are you?" he asked. Its voice rumbled like distant thunder. "I am the weight you carry when you delay your life." Liam felt his stomach twist. "Why do you exist?" "To protect you from effort. From pressure. From responsibility." "And what do you want from me?" Liam asked softly. The creature lifted its head. Eyes hollow. "I want you to stay exactly where you are." Liam stared at it, tears threatening. "I'm done being held back." He stepped forward. The creature crumbled into dust. "Next," the man said. The fog-like avoidance creature drifted closer, difficult to see, difficult to understand. "What are you?" Liam whispered. Its voice was quiet. Soft. Almost apologetic. "I am the fear behind the tasks you fear." Liam blinked. "So you're not the task?" "No," the creature said. "I am the feeling you avoid when you avoid the task." Liam exhaled shakily. "And what do you want from me?" "Nothing," the creature whispered. "I only exist when you run." Liam felt something inside him crumble. "I won't run anymore." The creature vanished. The man nodded. Next. Self-doubt stepped forward, creaking like broken wood. Liam faced it. "What are you?" "I am every voice that told you you weren't enough." His throat tightened. "And what do you want?" "To protect you from disappointment, by convincing you to never try." Liam's eyes filled. "No more." The creature disintegrated. Finally, the comfort ghost stepped forward. Close. Too close. Its presence warm, familiar, suffocating. "What are you?" Liam whispered. "I am ease. I am escape. I am the life you lived before you began this challenge." Liam swallowed hard. "And what do you want?" The comfort creature leaned in. "To bring you home." Liam's breath trembled. "No," he whispered. "I'm building a new home." The creature dissolved into soft, harmless mist. The mirror flashed white. The man placed a hand on Liam's shoulder. "Day 16, he said, is complete." He handed Liam the black card. New words were already carving themselves into it. Day 17, the fire of follow-through tomorrow. You will be pushed harder than ever, because now, you are strong enough to handle it. Liam exhaled. Darkness consumed the room. Day 17 waited. Tomorrow, you will be pushed harder than ever because now, you are strong enough to handle it. The darkness pulsed slow, like the steady beat of a massive heart. Heat built in the air. Dry. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Then, WOMPH. A wave of scorching air exploded outward. The world lit up in blinding orange. Liam lifted his arm to shield his eyes. When the glare faded, he gasped. He stood in the center of a vast desert of fire. Black volcanic rock. Rivers of molten lava cutting through the landscape like glowing scars. Ash swirling in the wind. The sky, a roaring inferno. At the far edge of the horizon, giant pillars of flame shot upward like volcanic fountains. The heat was unbearable, like standing beside an open furnace. Liam staggered back. What is this place? The man appeared beside him, unharmed by the heat. This, he said, is the field of endurance. Day 17. Liam wiped sweat already forming on his face. Why does it feel like the temperature's rising every second? Because it is, the man said calmly. The heat increases with your proximity to the next breakthrough. Liam narrowed his eyes. What breakthrough? The man pointed toward the horizon, toward a massive black fortress made of obsidian. Dark. Silent. Unmoving. A monolith of unbroken strength. That, the man said, is the fortress of follow-through. Liam stared. It looks impenetrable. It is, the man said softly. And you must penetrate it. Liam blinked. What? Why? The man clasped his hands behind his back. Because becoming someone who follows through is not a belief. It is not a sentence. It is not even a routine. He paused. It is a fire. Liam frowned. A fire? The man nodded. One that must be tested. Tempered. Burned. Pushed to its limit, or it never becomes unbreakable. Liam felt his chest tighten. So what's the challenge? The man pointed at the fortress again. You must walk into the firestorm. Liam exhaled. Walk into what? The man raised his hand. The sand around them exploded into flames, tornadoes of fire rising on both sides of the path leading toward the fortress. Liam stumbled back in fear. That's not walking, he said. That's suicide. No, the man replied. That is follow-through. He stepped closer. On day 17, every person reaches a pivotal moment. A moment when intensity rises and their old identity whispers, stop. It's too much. Slow down. You've done enough. This is where you quit. Liam felt the heat intensify. The man continued, but here, the challenge is simple, move forward anyway. Liam wiped sweat from his eyes. This isn't a skill test, he said. It's torture. No, the man said. It's pressure. And pressure reveals truth. He stepped aside. The moment you walk into the firestorm, your real level of follow-through will be exposed. Liam took a shaky breath. But how do I get through that without dying? You don't, the man said. Liam froze. What? The man repeated, you don't get through it without dying. A long silence. The heat roared around them. You mean dying metaphorically, right? Liam whispered. Yes, the man said. The version of you that gives up must die in this fire. He stepped back, leaving Liam at the edge of the blazing path. Every person who tries to change their life reaches this point. The point where things get harder, not easier, because growth demands discomfort. He pointed at the fortress. Day 17 is where the weak retreat. Where the inconsistent crumble. Where the almost changers give up. Liam stared into the wall of flames. And what happens if I keep going? The man's expression tightened. You will become the rarest kind of person alive. Liam turned to him. What kind is that? The man looked him dead in the eyes. One who finishes. Liam's breath shook. He stepped toward the flames. The heat blasted him backward like a physical force. His skin burned. His lungs fought for air. Sweat dripped like rain. I can't do this, he gasped. Yes, the man said quietly. You can. He placed a hand on Liam's back. But I won't push you. Liam's eyes widened. But you've pushed me through everything. The man stepped away. Not today. Why? Because follow-through is only real when it no longer requires external force. Liam stared at him. And if I don't go in? The man shrugged. Then the challenge ends at day 17. Silence. The fire roared louder. Liam felt panic clawing at his chest. I'm scared. I know. It hurts. I know. I don't think I'm strong enough. The man's voice softened more than Liam had ever heard. You are. Liam clenched his fists. He took a step. Fire blistered the air around him. Pain shot up his arms. His vision blurred. He forced himself forward. One more step. Heat hammered him like a wall. His breath felt like swallowing smoke. Every instinct screamed, stop. Run. Get out. This is too much. But a quieter voice, coming from deep inside, whispered, you follow through. Liam gritted his teeth. Another step. Another. Another. Pain burned across his skin. But beneath the pain, he felt something else, strength. Real. Raw. Awakening. He kept walking. The flames wrapped around him, swirling, ripping, screaming, trying to pull him back. He took another step. And another. His body shook violently. His mind begged him to stop. But he refused. Halfway through the firestorm, he collapsed onto his knees, gasping. The man's voice echoed faintly behind him, this is the moment every person quits. Liam forced himself up. Stumbled. Stood again. This is where your old identity dies. Another step. Pain lanced through him. This is the fire of follow-through. Another step. The flames roared. Walk. Liam screamed a raw, primal sound and launched himself forward. Through the heat. Through the pain. Through the fire. And then, silence. The flames vanished. Liam stumbled out of the firestorm, falling to his hands and knees. The heat evaporated. Cool air filled his lungs. His body trembled uncontrollably. He had done it. The man appeared beside him. He knelt. Placed a hand on Liam's back. And whispered, you walked through fire. Not because it was easy. Not because you were certain. Not because you were unafraid. He paused. But because you refused to stop. Liam looked up. The fortress of obsidian loomed overhead, silent, powerful, waiting. The man handed him the black card. New words etched themselves into the surface. Day 18, the obsidian gate. Tomorrow, you enter the hardest place of all, your future. Liam inhaled. The firestorm faded behind him. Day 18 approached. Tomorrow, you enter the hardest place of all, your future. The firestorm behind Liam fizzled out like a dying heartbeat, the last echoes of heat dissolving into cool, steady air. Slowly, painfully, he pushed himself to his feet. Every muscle trembled. His skin felt raw. His breath came in shuddered pulls. But something had changed. Not physically. Deep inside. A hardness. A certainty. A quiet, unshakable determination he had never known before. The man stood beside him, hands folded behind his back, watching without judgment. "You survived the fire of follow-through," he said. "Few ever do." Liam tried to speak, but his voice cracked. All he managed was, "What now?" The man turned toward the towering structure ahead. The fortress. Up close, it was even more terrifying. Walls made of pure obsidian, smooth as glass but harder than steel. Black as a moonless void. Reflecting distorted shapes of everything around it. No windows. No cracks. No visible entrances. It didn't look like a building. It looked like a prison designed to hold something ancient. The man stepped forward. "Day 18, he said, "is the obsidian gate." Liam followed slowly. "What's inside?" he asked. The man didn't answer. Instead, the ground trembled. A deep, pulsing vibration, as if something inside the fortress sensed their presence. A seam formed on the front wall. Thin. Dark. Vertical. It widened, khhk. A massive door, twice the height of a human, slid open with a rumbling bass that vibrated in Liam's bones. Inside was nothing but darkness. But not empty darkness. Alive darkness. Heavy. Thick. Aware. Liam's breath quickened. "I don't like this," he whispered. The man nodded. "You're not supposed to like it." Liam swallowed. "So what's the challenge today?" The mentor finally answered, "Today, you will enter your future." Liam blinked. "My future?" The man looked at him with calm intensity. "For 17 days, you have dismantled your past. Today, you must face what comes next." Liam stared into the darkness. "What exactly is in there?" The man stepped closer to the gate. Possibility. The darkness pulsed. Once. Twice. Potential. A faint whisper echoed from inside the fortress, not words, but a calling. And every version of your future self that you are capable of becoming. Liam inhaled sharply. "You mean, there are multiple futures?" The man nodded slowly. "Every choice shapes a path. Every path shapes a version. Every version shapes a destiny." He raised a hand toward the darkness. "And the fortress contains them all." A chill crawled up Liam's spine. "How do I know which future is the right one for me?" The man shook his head. "There is no right future. There are only futures you grow into and futures you fall into." Liam stepped closer to the entrance. Darkness swirled, reacting to him. A whisper brushed his ear, "Liam." He froze. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. The man nodded. "Yes." "What was it?" "Your future calling." Liam's pulse spiked. "This is already too much." The man's expression hardened. "Day 18 is not about comfort. It is about direction." He pointed inside the fortress. "When you enter, the darkness will take form. It will show you future versions of yourself, each shaped by a different decision, a different routine, a different identity." Liam felt anxiety rising. "What if I choose wrong?" The man stepped directly in front of him. "Listen to me," he said firmly. "There is no wrong choice. Only unconscious ones." Liam exhaled slowly. "And today? I choose consciously?" "Yes." Silence fell. Then the man added, "But be warned." He raised a finger. Not all your future selves are strong. Liam's breath caught. What do you mean? The man's tone dropped to a low, heavy resonance. The fortress will show you your greatest future, the version of you who fulfills his potential. A soft golden glow flickered deep inside. But it will also show you your worst future, the version of you who wastes the next 10 years. A warped shadow twisted behind the glow. Liam stepped back reflexively. I don't want to see that. You must, the man said. Because until you see what you are capable of, both good and bad, you will never understand the weight of your choices. Liam looked at the gate again. The darkness pulsed faster. Louder. He whispered, so I enter, alone? The man hesitated. Then nodded. Yes. Liam swallowed. But will I see you again? The man's expression softened just slightly. Yes. When? The mentor took one step back into the shadows. When you understand why I existed in the first place. Liam blinked. What does that mean? The man didn't answer. Instead, he gestured toward the darkness. Step through the obsidian gate. Liam felt fear swirl in his stomach. But beneath the fear, a spark of something else, curiosity. Possibility. Courage. He took a breath. Stepped forward. His foot crossed the threshold. Instantly, thwum. The darkness swallowed him whole. He fell, not downward, not upward, but through layers of time. Years flashing past like streaks of light. Choices branching like rivers. Paths forming like veins of glowing energy. Voices whispered, this is who you could become. This is who you almost became. This is who you never want to be. This is who you could still become. The world solidified. He landed on his feet. He looked up and froze. Standing in front of him were 3 versions of Liam. One radiant. One broken. One hardened. The man's voice echoed faintly in the darkness behind him, welcome to the mirrors of your future. Liam's heart pounded. This, the voice said, is day 18. Tomorrow, you will decide who you are becoming, consciously. Darkness settled into a deep, heavy silence. Liam stood frozen. Before him stood 3 versions of himself, each one unmistakably him, yet impossibly different. None of them spoke. None of them moved. They simply watched him, waiting. A faint echo of the mentor's voice drifted through the obsidian chamber, choose wisely. These are not possibilities. These are directions. A soft torchlight ignited overhead. Liam finally saw them clearly. 1. The radiant future self. This version stood tall. Centered. Grounded. A presence so calm it felt like gravity itself. His posture perfect. His breathing slow and controlled. His eyes glowing with focus and conviction. He looked like someone who finished everything he started, kept promises to himself, carried no guilt, walked with purpose, lived with integrity. His energy was unmistakable, warm, gold, alive. Liam whispered, this is the best version of me. The radiant version didn't smile. He didn't need to. His existence was the proof. 2. The hardened future self. This version stood like a fortress. Broad shoulders. Rigid jaw. Eyes sharp, cold, calculating. He looked disciplined, yes, but with an edge. A man who forced himself through every task, lived with constant tension, succeeded through brutality, not alignment, suppressed emotions instead of mastering them. He was strong, but the strength looked painful. Liam felt uneasy under his stare. 3. The broken future self. This one made Liam's throat tighten. A hunched figure. Dark circles under his eyes. Shoulders slumped. Clothes worn and wrinkled. a man lost in distraction, guilt, and regret. The version who gave up at day 20, fell back into old habits, wasted years, watched his potential die slowly, survived but never lived. His outline flickered like a dying flame. Liam felt tears sting his eyes. He whispered, "I know him." And that was the painful truth. He had been that version many times. The three futures stood like statues. The radiant one glowing. The hardened one smoldering. The broken one collapsing inward. Liam stepped forward. What am I supposed to do?" The mentor's voice echoed faintly from the void, "Ask them who they are." Liam turned to the radiant one first. "Who are you?" he asked. The radiant future stepped closer, each movement calm and deliberate. His voice was steady. "I am the you who chose consciously. Who remained aligned. Who followed through not by force, but by identity." Liam swallowed. "What is your life like?" The radiant version answered, "Disciplined. Meaningful. Peaceful. Purpose-driven. Creatively alive." His presence alone made Liam stand taller. Then Liam turned to the hardened one. "Who are you?" The hardened future stepped forward, boots grinding against obsidian. His voice was sharp. Clipped. Precise. "I am the you who chose discipline over everything else. Who became strong, but closed. Rigid. Relentless." Liam frowned. "What is your life like?" The hardened version answered, "Efficient. Productive. Respected, but lonely." Liam felt a chill. Finally, he turned to the broken version. "Who are you?" Liam asked softly. The broken future flinched. His voice wavered. "I am the you who quit." Liam's heart clenched. "What happened to you?" The broken version looked away, ashamed. "You stopped trusting yourself. You fell once, then never stood up again. You told yourself you'd restart. But the restart never came." His knees buckled. "I became the life you feared most." Liam felt tears streak down his face. "This is horrible." The mentor's voice drifted gently, "Do not pity him. Understand him." Liam nodded, trembling. Then he whispered, "Which future is real?" The mentor's voice answered, "All of them." "And none of them." Liam frowned. "What does that mean?" A rumble passed through the chamber. The three versions glowed gold, red, black. The mentor spoke, "The future is not a single path. It is a direction. A leaning. A momentum. Silence. The radiant version is your potential. The hardened version is your trap. The broken version is your warning." Liam turned slowly between them. "So what do I do?" "You choose." The radiant future stepped forward, voice like calm thunder. "I represent alignment and purpose. But I require consistency and honesty." The hardened future stepped forward, voice like steel. "I represent power through force. But I cost joy and connection." The broken future shook, voice cracking. "I represent surrender. I cost nothing, but destroy everything." Liam's breath shook. "But once I choose one," he asked, "does that mean I become it forever?" The mentor's voice softened. "No. Your choice today determines your default trajectory, not your destiny." Liam inhaled. "So I'm choosing my momentum." "Exactly." Liam looked at each version, heart pounding. Then he stepped toward the radiant version. "I choose alignment," he said. A pulse of golden energy erupted from the radiant version, flowing into Liam's chest like sunlight absorbing into skin. Warm. Clean. Centered. The hardened version dissolved into crimson dust. The broken version collapsed gently into darkness and faded. Only the radiant version remained, a quiet presence in Liam's mind. The mentor's voice echoed, "Day 19 is complete." A card materialized in Liam's hand. New words carved into the surface. Day 20, the blueprint. Tomorrow, you build the architecture of the life your future self lives. Liam exhaled. The chamber dissolved. Day 20 approached. Tomorrow, you build the architecture of the life your future self lives. For a long moment, there was no world. Just the echo of Liam's breathing, slow, grounding, deliberate. Then, THOOM. The ground formed beneath his feet. 2. A sky unfolded above him, black at first, then streaked with blue. 2. A massive structure rose around him, piece by piece, like stone assembling itself through thought alone. Liam found himself standing in the center of a gigantic circular arena, smooth marble floors, towering pillars, an open dome that stretched to infinity. It felt like a cathedral. A temple. A place where destinies are sworn and futures take shape. The man appeared beside him, quiet, composed, almost solemn. "Welcome," he said, "to the architecture hall." Liam turned in awe. "What is this place?" The man clasped his hands behind his back. "This is the space between your present and your future. Where intention becomes structure. Where desire becomes design." He stepped toward the center. "And where potential becomes blueprint." Liam inhaled deeply. "So today, I build my future?" The man shook his head. "No. Today, you learn how to build it." He raised a hand. With a deep rumble, enormous stone tablets rose from the floor, 12 of them arranged in a circle around Liam. Each tablet was blank. Smooth. Untouched. Liam scanned them. "What are these?" The man approached the nearest one. "These are the 12 pillars that hold your future life in place." He touched the tablet. A word appeared in glowing gold, "Health." Liam stepped closer. "My health?" The man nodded. "Your future cannot stand if your body fails." He touched the next tablet. "Energy a third. Relationships a fourth. Purpose a fifth. Discipline a sixth. Environment." All 12 ignited one by one. Identity, focus, work, growth, emotions, service. Liam stared, overwhelmed. The man turned to him. "Every strong life rests on these pillars." He touched the center tablet. "And today, you design them intentionally." Liam felt something settle, a pressure, weight, responsibility. "So what do I do?" The man raised a hand. A pen materialized. Not ordinary, heavy, silver, carved with runes. "The blueprint pen," he said. "Anything written with this becomes part of your subconscious structure." Liam swallowed. "You mean I'm writing my future self?" "Yes," the man said. "But not goals. Not fantasies. Not dreams." He stepped closer. "You will write behaviors." Liam frowned. "Why behaviors?" The man smiled, not softly, but knowingly. "Because a future is built through action, not imagination." Liam's breath trembled. The mentor gestured to the first glowing pillar. "Begin with health." Liam approached the stone tablet. Its surface shimmered softly. He lifted the pen. "What do I write?" "Write the non-negotiables," the man said. "The foundations your radiant future depends on." Liam closed his eyes. Words surfaced, clearer than he expected. He wrote, "Move daily, nourish my body, sleep with intention, never let stress accumulate silently." The tablet glowed brighter with each inscription. Liam stepped to the next. "Energy," he wrote, Protect morning focus, guard my attention, avoid energy drains, start each day with clarity. The man nodded. Good. This is not wishful thinking. This is identity writing. Liam continued. Relationships, he wrote, surround myself with aligned people, set boundaries without guilt, give intentionally, receive openly. The tablet glowed. Next. Purpose, he wrote, create work that matters, follow curiosity, build with consistency, serve something larger than myself. Next. Discipline, he wrote, keep promises to myself, act before emotion, finish what I start, stay grounded under pressure. The man watched in silence. Proud. The blueprint expanded. Environment, maintain clarity in my space, remove distractions, design for productivity, stay aligned with my goals. Identity, I am someone who follows through, I am becoming my radiant future, I act from clarity, not fear. Focus, single task, deeply decide consciously, remove noise, honor my priorities, work with intention, build long-term value, avoid busy work, create daily momentum, growth, learn every day, seek challenge, act with curiosity, aim upward, consistently. Emotions, feel fully, process, don't suppress, respond. Don't react, use emotion as information service, help without losing myself, give without depletion, contribute meaningfully, lift others by lifting myself. When the final word was written, boom. The arena exploded with golden light. Each stone tablet lifted into the air, rising high above, spinning, aligning, merging, forming an enormous circular structure above Liam's head. The blueprint halo. A floating architecture of his future life. Liam stared upward. It's beautiful, he whispered. The man nodded. This is the first time your future has been designed consciously. The halo descended slowly, shrinking, tightening, becoming a golden ring around Liam's chest. It sank into him, not painfully, but powerfully. Liam gasped, a shockwave pulsed through him. His breath steadied. His spine straightened. His vision sharpened. The man approached. Now, he said, your actions will naturally follow the life you designed. Liam felt tears building. I don't know what to say. The man placed a hand on his shoulder. Say nothing. Just continue. A black card formed in Liam's hand. New words carved into it, Day 21, the resurrection of temptation. Tomorrow, everything you thought you overcame will try to return. Liam inhaled sharply. The arena faded into darkness. Day 21 approached. Tomorrow, everything you thought you overcame will try to return. Darkness. But not the empty kind. A thickness shivered through it, like something alive was breathing just out of sight. Liam felt the hairs rise on his arms. The world materialized slowly, a dim, narrow alleyway lit only by a flickering overhead lamp. The ground was wet. The air cold enough to bite. Walls leaned in like they wanted to swallow him. Footsteps echoed, but they weren't his. He turned sharply. Nothing. The man appeared at the far end of the alley, half-veiled in shadow. Day 21, he said, is the day all your former temptations return. Liam exhaled, uneasy. I thought I overcame them. The mentor shook his head. No. You confronted them. You sealed their doors. You built your future. He stepped forward, the sound of his shoes echoing eerily. But temptation is not stored in identity. It is stored in memory. Liam felt a chill. What does that mean? It means temptation never dies, the man said. It waits. A pipe overhead dripped water, each drop loud, rhythmic, like a countdown. Waits for what? Liam asked. The man's eyes narrowed. For the moment you feel strong. Liam frowned. That doesn't make sense. Most people fall, the man said, not when they're weak, but when they're confident. The air shifted, a whisper snaked through the darkness. Come back. Liam jerked his head to the left. Who said that? The mentor's voice hardened. Your temptations. A cold wind swept through the alley, carrying voices, just skip today. You deserve a break. It's not a big deal. You've already done so much. Just one day. The whispers came from everywhere. Behind him. Above him. Inside him. Liam clenched his fists. I don't listen to them anymore. The man stepped closer. Then watch what they do next. The shadows stirred. Something crawled across the brick wall, long, thin, fast. Liam backed up. What was that? A silhouette peeled itself off the wall, then another, then another. They approached, figures made of darkness, but with outlines Liam recognized. Too well. His breath caught. They were the exact forms of his sealed identities, but twisted into temptation versions. 1. The distraction shade flickering like a glitching hologram. Phones embedded in its limbs. Screens for eyes. Notifications whispering from its chest. 2. The comfort siren's silky voice. Warm glow. Soft, inviting presence. A whisper of, come rest in me. 3. The doubt phantom thin. Shaking. Hands reaching out like it wanted to pull him back into safety. 4. The old life echo bold. Confident. A perfect recreation of the easiest version of his past self. The man gestured. These are not identities anymore. They are temptations. Liam stepped backward. They look stronger than before. The mentor nodded. They are. Because you are stronger than before. Liam swallowed. So what do I do? The man folded his hands behind his back. Do nothing. Liam froze. What? They will tempt you, the man said. They will lure you. They will seduce you. He pointed at the creatures. But your job is not to defeat them. Liam stared at him. That makes no sense. You're telling me to just let them, the man cut him off. Temptation gains its power from your attention. From your fear. From your resistance. He stepped closer. Temptation dies when you are indifferent to it. Liam's breath caught. Indifferent? The man nodded. If you fight them, they grow. If you fear them, they feed. If you resist them, they multiply. He pointed to Liam's chest. Indifference is the weapon of the aligned. The creatures drew nearer, hungry, desperate, whispering poison-laced comfort. Liam felt their presence press against him like a warm, suffocating blanket. The distraction shade leaned in, just a little scroll, 1 minute won't hurt. The comfort siren brushed against his arm, you deserve ease, not more pressure. The doubt phantom trembled, you're doing too much. Slow down before you break. The old life echo smirked, come on. You weren't meant to live this intensely. Come back to where you belong. Liam squeezed his eyes shut. I hate this, he whispered. That is why it controls you, the man said. Liam snapped his eyes open. What do I do then? The man stepped beside him. Stand your ground. Feel the temptation fully. Do nothing. The creatures circled him. You must allow the temptation to be present, without obeying it, without fighting it, without feeding it. Liam breathed shakily. How long will they stay? As long as you are bothered, the mentor said. Liam turned inward. His internal compass pulsed, steady, warm guiding. He focused on that glow. The distractions hissed. The comforts whined. The doubts trembled. The past self growled. Liam lifted his chin and whispered, I don't need you. The creatures flinched. He spoke again, calmer, I don't fear you. Their forms wavered. Then he said the sentence that sealed the lesson, you have nothing I want. The alley went silent. The creatures froze, shook, cracked. and shattered into harmless dust. The air cleared. The man stepped forward, eyes approving. "Well done." Liam exhaled shakily. "I didn't think that would work." "Temptation," the man said, "is only powerful when you believe it offers you something." He placed a hand on Liam's shoulder. "You now understand indifference, and indifference is the death of old habits." A black card materialized between them. New words carved themselves into the surface. Day 22, the unseen competitor. Tomorrow, you discover the one force secretly working against your transformation. Liam inhaled sharply. The alley dissolved into darkness. Day 22 approached. Tomorrow, you discover the one force secretly working against your transformation. The darkness pressed inward, tighter than before, heavier than before, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Then a single spotlight snapped on overhead. Liam blinked. He stood in the center of an abandoned boxing ring. Ropes frayed. Canvas torn. Dust drifting through beams of pale light. Metal creaking gently around him. It smelled like sweat, rust, and old echoes. The man leaned against one of the corner posts, hands clasped behind his back, watching Liam quietly. "This," Liam whispered, "feels different." "Yes," the mentor said. Day 22 is not symbolic. It is not metaphorical. It is not psychological. He paused. Today's lesson is real. Liam swallowed. "So what do we do here?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he looked past Liam, toward the far side of the ring. Liam turned. A figure stood in the opposite corner, head down, hands wrapped, chest rising and falling in slow, controlled breaths. Liam squinted. "Who is that?" The man stepped forward. "Your competitor." Liam's heart tightened. "What does that mean?" The man pointed toward the figure. "For the past 21 days, you've conquered parts of yourself," he said. "But there is one force that has opposed your transformation more than anything." His voice darkened. "One opponent who has been training in secret, getting stronger each day you improved." Liam felt a cold twist in his stomach. "Who?" The man's expression turned grave. "You will see." A bell rang. Ding. The figure lifted its head. Liam felt the world drop out from beneath him. His skin went cold. His breath froze. Because the figure in the opposite corner was him. But not any version he had seen before. This was the unseen competitor. A version of Liam built from comparison, jealousy, self-criticism, unrealistic expectations, pressure, and invisible competition. He was ripped. Sharp. Fast. Eyes burning with intensity, but not the radiant kind. This version looked like someone who, trained out of fear, improved out of insecurity, worked to outdo others, not grow himself, obsessed over progress, punished every slip, demanded perfection. He stepped into the light. Muscles tight. Jaw clenched. Breathing like a predator. Liam stumbled back. What is that?" The mentor spoke quietly. "That is the version of you who is always watching others, and measuring your worth against them." Liam's chest tightened. "I don't do that anymore." The mentor raised an eyebrow. "You think you don't." He stepped forward. But comparison is the unseen competitor, the silent destroyer, the force that keeps you chasing shadows instead of becoming yourself. The competitor. Liam rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck. He looked ready. Too ready. Liam shook his head violently. "I can't fight him." The man answered, "No. You can't." Liam turned in panic. "Then how do I pass day 22? The man walked to the edge of the ring. "You don't defeat the unseen competitor by force." He pointed at Liam's chest. "You defeat him by realizing the truth. The competitor Liam stepped toward the center, each step purposeful, dangerous, controlled. The man continued, "That version of you is powerful, yes. Relentless, yes. But he fights for the wrong reasons." The competitor spoke for the first time, voice sharp, bitter. "You're too slow." Liam flinched. "You're too undisciplined." Liam stepped back. "You'll never catch up." A punch slammed into Liam's gut, not physically, but emotionally, as if the words themselves were blows. The man didn't intervene. The competitors circled him. "They're all ahead of you. You're falling behind. You're wasting time. You're not improving fast enough." Liam grabbed the ropes, breath shaking. "Why is he attacking me with words?" The man answered, "Because comparison always speaks, and rarely punches." The competitor smirked. Another blow, a whisper this time, right against Liam's ear. "Someone your age is already more successful." Liam staggered. Another, "Someone started later and is still ahead." Liam fell to one knee. "Someone out there is doing what you're doing, but better." The words sliced deeper than any blade. Liam choked. "I can't compete with him." The man spoke firmly, "Because you're not meant to." Liam shook, gripping the mat. "I can't beat him." "You cannot," the man agreed. Liam looked up desperately. "Then what do I do?" The mentor's expression softened, a rare moment of compassion. "You stop playing his game." Liam blinked. "What?" The competitor lunged, a violent punch aimed directly at Liam's face. Liam flinched, but the mentor snapped, "Don't react." Liam froze. The punch stopped an inch from his face. Suspended. Paralyzed. The competitor gritted his teeth. The man walked behind Liam. Comparison cannot be defeated with effort. It cannot be outrun. It cannot be outworked. He leaned in close. It only disappears when it becomes irrelevant. Liam whispered, "I don't understand." "Comparison feeds on your attention," the mentor said. "When you stop measuring yourself against others, against timelines, against expectations," the competitor trembled, arm shaking as it froze mid-strike. "He loses power." The competitor glared at Liam. "You can't ignore me." The man whispered, "Yes. You can." Liam looked into the competitor's eyes filled with resentment, insecurity, desperation, fear of inadequacy. He spoke softly, "You're not my enemy. You're my insecurity." The competitor flinched. "I'm done competing with everyone else." The competitor stepped back. "I'm done needing to be ahead." The competitor shrank. "I'm done chasing timelines that aren't mine." Cracks formed in the competitor's obsidian-like body. "And I don't need to be better than anyone except who I was yesterday." The competitor ripped apart, dissolving into black dust that fell silently onto the mat. The ring went quiet. The man approached him. "You've passed," he said. Liam breathed heavily. "That was harder than the fire." The man nodded. Comparison is the deadliest hidden enemy of transformation. Today, you learned to break its power. A card materialized in Liam's hand. New words carved themselves into it. Day 23, the void of stillness. Tomorrow, your progress will feel invisible, and you must continue anyway. Liam exhaled. The boxing ring faded. Day 23 approached. Tomorrow, your progress will feel invisible, and you must continue anyway. Silence. Not empty. Not peaceful. But unsettling. Like the quiet you hear right before a storm breaks something open. The world faded into a new shape around Liam, but unlike every other day, this one formed slowly, as if even reality was tired. He stood in a vast, endless plain. Flat. Gray. Colorless. Featureless. A place without texture. Without direction. Without sound. A place where nothing grew and nothing moved. The air carried no warmth, no cold, no emotion. It was the absence of everything. The man appeared beside him, but even he looked muted, like his colors had been drained. "Welcome," he said softly, to the void of stillness. Liam scanned the infinite nothing. He felt uneasy. Not scared, just deeply uncomfortable. "What is this place?" The man folded his hands behind his back. "This is day 23. The day every transformation reaches." Liam frowned. "Why does it feel so dead?" The man nodded. "It is meant to." He walked forward, his steps making no sound. "For 22 days, you felt change. You saw breakthroughs. You witnessed your own evolution." He turned to Liam. "But progress does not feel cinematic forever. Sometimes, it feels like nothing is happening." Liam swallowed. "So this is a test of patience?" The mentor's eyes sharpened. "No. This is a test of identity." A soft wind drifted across the plain, but even the wind made no sound. The world felt like it was holding its breath. Liam looked around. "There's nothing here. No obstacles. No challenges. No creatures. No versions of me. Nothing to fight." "Exactly," the man said. "Because the hardest day in any transformation is the day when nothing seems to be changing." Liam felt something tighten in his chest. "And what am I supposed to do?" The mentor pointed into the endless horizon. "Walk." Liam took a step. Nothing happened. Another step. Nothing. Another. Still nothing. "Seriously?" Liam asked, frustrated. "That's it? Just walk through emptiness?" "That is the entire point," the man said. "Today is the day most people quit their 30-day challenges. Not because it's too hard. Not because they fail." He stepped beside Liam. "They quit because they can't see the progress anymore." Liam blinked. "But I am progressing." "Yes," the man said. "You are. But day 23 hides it." Liam took more steps. The world stayed identical. No change. No shift. No feedback. It was maddening. He raised his voice. "How do I know I'm going the right way?" "You don't," the man said. Liam stopped. "That's terrifying." "It is also life," the man replied. A long silence fell. Liam walked again. Nothing. He walked more. Nothing. He walked farther. Still nothing. His frustration grew. "This feels pointless." The man nodded. "Every transformation feels pointless around day 23. He gestured at the endless void. "At this stage, your old life is gone. Your new life has not formed. And you exist in the space between." Liam felt his throat tighten. "So success requires walking through this?" "Yes," the man said. "Because this is the moment where your mind whispers, nothing is happening. Why am I even trying? What's the point?" Liam looked at his hands. "Yeah. I've felt that." The mentor's voice softened. "And that is why day 23 exists." Liam kept walking. Minutes. Hours. He couldn't tell. The void had no sense of time. No sense of direction. He whispered, "I feel like I'm stuck." "You are." Liam turned sharply. "What? Then what's the lesson?" The man pointed to Liam's chest. "Identity." Liam frowned. What about it? The man stepped closer. When progress disappears, do you continue? When the world is silent, do you continue? When nothing changes, do you continue? Liam stared at the emptiness. The man spoke clearly. If you only grow when growth feels exciting, you will never become the person you're trying to be. Something inside Liam clicked. He whispered, so this is where discipline becomes identity. The man smiled slightly. Exactly. Liam walked again, but this time something felt different. He didn't walk out of hope. Or excitement. Or momentum. He walked because that's who he was now. Someone who follows through. Someone who continues. Someone who moves forward even when the world gives him nothing. The man watched him. For most people, he said, this is the day they return to old habits. Why? Liam asked. Because they interpret silence as failure. Liam exhaled. But silence isn't failure, no, the man said. It is the soil where new identity takes root. Liam kept walking. Still nothing. Still emptiness. But his frustration slowly transformed into acceptance. Then into patience. Then into peace. He whispered, I can keep going. The mentor nodded. You have passed. Liam stopped. That's it? The man smiled faintly. Yes. That's it. The void shuddered. The plane rippled. A doorway of pure white light formed ahead. The man gestured toward it. Day 23 is complete. A card appeared in Liam's hand. New words carved themselves into it. Day 24, the reconstruction. Tomorrow, you step back into the real world and rebuild your life with intention. The void dissolved into light. Day 24 approached. Tomorrow, you step back into the real world and rebuild your life with intention. Light swallowed the void. Not violently. Not dramatically. But gently, like morning sunlight slipping through a half-open curtain. Liam blinked. The light softened into shapes. The shapes formed walls. The walls formed a room. His room. But not the symbolic one. Not the magnified, exaggerated version. His actual room. Real pillows. Real desk. Real chair. Real bed. Real dust in the corners. Real world. Not dream. Not metaphor. Not inner world. Reality. The man stood beside him, arms crossed behind his back. Welcome, he said, to day 24. Liam turned slowly, taking in the familiar space. I'm home. The mentor nodded. Yes. Because today, you rebuild your life in the real world. Liam exhaled. This feels different from the other days. It is, the man said. Day 24 is the bridge between your inner transformation and your outer life. He stepped toward the desk, still cluttered from weeks ago. You destroyed your past selves. You confronted your wounds. You built discipline. You forged identity. You walked through fire. You entered your futures. He turned back to Liam. But none of that matters if your real life does not change. Liam stepped forward. Okay. So what do I do? The man gestured toward the entire room. You reconstruct. Liam frowned. Reconstruct what? Your life, the man said plainly. The life you live physically, your routines, your environment, your systems, your responsibilities, your daily actions, must now be rebuilt to match the person you have become internally. He pointed to Liam's chest. You have the blueprint. Now you build the house. Liam swallowed. You mean? I have to apply everything now? Yes, the man said. And not in imagination. Not in symbolism. Not in theory. He tapped the desk. In the real world. Liam looked around. The room seemed darker suddenly, but only because he was seeing it with new eyes. Where do I start? The mentor walked toward the window. You start with the truth. He pulled back the curtains. Morning sunlight spilled in. Gentle. Warm. Unforgiving. Now that you've returned to reality, the man said, your transformation will be tested. Liam stared at him. How? The man extended his arm, pointing around the room. Every unfinished task here is a seed of your old identity. Every corner you've avoided is a shadow of who you used to be. Every piece of chaos is a doorway to a past version of you. He walked toward the closet. Open it. Liam hesitated, then pulled the handle. A mess of clothes, boxes, unfinished plans, and forgotten items spilled out. The man nodded. This, he said, is where reconstruction begins. Liam took a shaky breath. So I clean the room? The man's voice sharpened. No, Liam blinked. No? You don't clean, the man said. You rebuild. He stepped closer to the closet. Cleaning is moving the past around. Rebuilding is removing everything that no longer belongs to your future. Something clicked inside Liam. So I rebuild my physical world to match my identity. Yes, the mentor said. Everything must align. He raised a hand. A faint golden glow pulsed across the room, revealing small, flickering symbols above objects, a red symbol above a pile of old clothes, a gray symbol above abandoned notebooks, a blue symbol above unopened boxes, a dim symbol above an old calendar, a dark symbol above a stack of papers. What are those? Liam asked. The man answered, markers of misalignment. Liam's heart tightened. What do I do with them? The mentor gave him a simple instruction: remove anything that belongs to the old you. Liam nodded slowly, approaching the first pile of clothes. These. I've held on to for years. And in holding on to them, the man said, you held on to that version of yourself. Liam exhaled and whispered, I don't need them anymore. The red symbol faded as he removed the clothes. The mentor gestured toward the notebooks. Liam opened one. Old plans. Old goals. Old dreams. Old attempts. Old failures. His stomach twisted. These hurt to look at. Yes, the man said softly. Because they are echoes of who you were. Tears stung Liam's eyes. What do I do with them? Honor them, the man said. Then let them go. Liam placed the notebooks into a box. The gray symbols vanished. Next, unopened boxes he'd been avoiding. He tore them open. Inside, supplements he never took, books he never read, tools he bought for later, projects he abandoned, plans he forgot. Liam whispered, I never realized how much I avoided. Most people don't, the man said. That is why their physical world becomes a cemetery of past intentions. Liam removed everything that belonged to the old him. Blue symbols dissolved. Next, the calendar. Old schedules. Old deadlines. Old mistakes. Old expectations. Liam's voice trembled. I feel guilty looking at this. That guilt, the man said, is the chain that kept you repeating the same cycle. Liam's voice cracked. I don't want to live like this anymore. Then burn the old plan, the mentor whispered. Liam ripped the calendar down. The dim symbol vanished. Finally, he reached the stack of papers. Bills. Responsibilities. Emails he avoided. Tasks he postponed. This, Liam whispered, this looks like the real battlefield. The mentor replied, "It is." Liam stared at the pile. "I don't want to deal with this." "That is why you must," the man said. "Your future self cannot grow in a present filled with ignored responsibilities." Liam gathered the papers, sorted them, faced each one. Slowly, diligently, intentionally. The dark symbol evaporated. When the last page was filed, WHOOM. A wave of golden light pulsed through the room. The air shifted. Not dramatically, but distinctly. The room felt lighter, warmer, aligned, new. Liam stood in the center, breathing deeply, tears drying on his face. He whispered, "I rebuilt my world." The man smiled softly. "No," he said. "You rebuilt your future." A black card appeared in Liam's hand. New words carved themselves into the surface. Day 25, the threshold of reality. Tomorrow, you apply your transformation to the outside world, not just your inner world. Liam inhaled. The real world shimmered around him. Day 25 waited. Tomorrow, you apply your transformation to the outside world, not just your inner world. For a long moment, nothing happened. No shifting. No light. No darkness. Just a long inhale from the world itself, as if it were preparing to reveal something heavier than everything that came before it. Then, click. A sound like a door unlocking echoed behind Liam. He turned. A doorway had appeared in the wall of his room, a door that absolutely didn't exist in his actual home. Tall. Solid. Matte black. Carved with thin silver lines that pulsed like a heartbeat. The man stood beside it, hands folded neatly behind his back. Day 25, he said quietly, is the threshold of reality. Liam swallowed. What's on the other side of that door? The man tilted his head slightly. The world outside this room. Liam frowned. But this is the outside world. I'm in my room. The mentor nodded. Yes. But you haven't stepped into the world as the new you yet. Liam's pulse quickened. So this is the moment where I leave the inner world behind? The man nodded slowly. In every transformation, there comes a threshold, a moment where the growth you've built internally must be tested externally. He gestured toward the black door. And today, you cross it. Liam stepped toward the door cautiously. He reached out to touch it. The surface was cold as obsidian yet as alive as skin. He pulled his hand back. Why does this feel intimidating? He whispered. The man's voice lowered. Because you've grown in a controlled environment, an inner landscape where lessons were designed for you. He walked toward Liam. But when you step through this door, you face people, situations, responsibilities, and decisions that weren't built for your transformation. Liam's throat tightened. So, the challenge today is facing real life? The mentor's eyes softened. No, he shook his head. Not facing it. Applying yourself to it. Liam stared at him. Explain. The man folded his arms. For 24 days, your growth has been internal identity, discipline, emotional mastery, clarity, alignment. He pointed toward the door. But life happens out there. With deadlines. With pressure. With distraction. With noise. With people who don't understand your transformation. He stepped closer. And today, you must apply everything you've built to a world that still expects the old you. Liam exhaled, shaking his head. That sounds impossible. No, the man said. It sounds uncomfortable. He paused. And that's what makes it real. The mentor placed a hand on the door. The silver lines brightened. What exactly do I do when I step through? Liam asked. You don't do a task, the man replied. You live the identity. Liam frowned. You're talking in riddles. The man sighed softly. Very well. Here is your challenge. He pointed to the door. On the other side, you will experience a full day in the real world, your actual city, your actual environment, your actual interactions. Liam's chest fluttered with nerves. And your identity, the mentor continued, must guide every decision. Liam blinked. Every decision? Every single one, the mentor said. If someone tests your boundaries, you must respond as the new you. If you feel tempted, you must remain indifferent. If your old habits whisper, you must ignore them. If someone doubts you, you must stand tall. If chaos appears, you must anchor yourself. Liam breathed deeply. What if I slip up? You will, the man said. Liam looked up sharply. What do you mean I will? Because real application always reveals cracks. And cracks reveal where strength must grow. He stepped aside, allowing Liam full access to the door. This is not about perfection. This is about demonstration. Liam nodded slowly. So I need to prove that the inner world wasn't just imagination. The man's voice softened. Exactly. He leaned in slightly. And what you find out there will determine your readiness for the final stretch. Liam reached for the handle, a long, black metal bar shaped like a tuning fork. His fingers hovered over it. I'm scared, he whispered. Good, the man said. That means this is real. Liam hesitated. What if I'm not ready? The man shook his head. You wouldn't be here if you weren't. Liam took a breath. What if I can't hold the identity? The man finally smiled, the smallest smile Liam had seen from him. Identity is not something you grip. It is something you embody. A silence fell between them. Liam placed his hand on the handle. The metal vibrated lightly beneath his touch, like a heart-sensing connection. The man stepped back. Open it. Liam pulled. Krrrrnnnnn, the door creaked open, revealing a city street. His city street. Cars. People. Coffee shops. Sidewalks. Billboards. Buses. Sky. Noise. Life. But there was something else behind the everyday world, faint and ghost-like. He saw filters of the identity he forged, golden outlines around aligned actions. Red outlines around distractions. Blue outlines around old habits. Green outlines around progress. Gray outlines around neutral choices. He gasped. I can see, he whispered. The man nodded. Your internal compass is now active in the real world. Liam stepped forward. The man spoke one last time. Day 25 begins when you walk through. It ends when you return willingly. Liam turned. Are you coming with me? The mentor shook his head. No, Liam froze. What? Why not? Because today, the man said, you step into reality alone. Liam's breath trembled. When will I see you again? The mentor's voice echoed as the door began closing behind Liam. When you don't need me there. Slam. The door sealed. The real world expanded around him. Liam stepped forward into the day, heart pounding, mind sharp, identity alive. He whispered, I'm still me. Then corrected himself, no. I'm becoming me. A black card materialized in his hand. New words burned into its surface. Day 26, the test of reality. Tomorrow, the world will push back. Liam inhaled. Day 26 waited on the other side of the sunrise. Tomorrow, the world will push back. Morning. But not the quiet, cinematic kind. The real morning. Sirens in the distance. Cars honking. People rushing. Doors slamming. Notifications buzzing. Life moving at a pace that didn't care who Liam had become. He stood on the sidewalk, heart steady but alert, taking in his first full day as the new version of himself. The golden outlines around aligned choices still flickered faintly. The red outlines around distractions blinked like warnings. The blue outlines hovered above old habits like ghosts. He tightened his grip on the black card from day 26. The test of reality, the man had warned him. Today wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be gentle. Wouldn't be balanced. Today, the world would push back. Because every transformation triggers resistance, not from yourself this time, but from the environment that remembers who you used to be. Liam took his first step along the sidewalk. And the world immediately reacted. Test 1, the first ambush. His phone buzzed. A notification. A bright red outline pulsed around it, distraction. He opened it. A friend group chat, where you been? You missing again? Yo, come out today, stop overthinking everything. You haven't changed, bro, you always disappear. We're grabbing drinks at 8. Don't be boring. Liam felt old guilt tighten around his ribs. The familiar tug. The old identity whisper. Just go. Don't be weird about it. The comfort temptation tried to flare. But faintly. He steadied himself. There was a green outline beneath the option to mute the thread. He exhaled, mute. The guilt dissolved with the red outline. One test passed. Test 2, the accident. A pedestrian bumped into him hard. Watch it, man. Old Liam would have apologized immediately, shrinking, shriveling, absorbing the blame. But today. A golden outline flickered around, standing tall, shoulders square, voice calm. He inhaled. I'm walking here too, he said evenly. The man grunted and walked off. But Liam remained centered. Test passed. Test 3, the unexpected responsibility. As he turned the corner, he saw it, a bill. Stuck halfway out of his mailbox. Overdue. A blue outline pulsed, avoidance. His chest tightened. I don't want to deal with this. The thought wasn't verbal. It was instinct. Old instinct. But then, that warm, steady presence inside him pulsed. The internal compass. Golden outline, handle it now. He pulled the bill free. Opened it. Read it. Paid it on his phone right there on the sidewalk. The blue outline faded. Test passed. Test 4, the old habit trap. He walked past the cafe he used to waste hours in. The one where he'd scroll endlessly, procrastinate work, escape responsibility, delay important tasks. The doorway pulsed with a blue outline and a red one. Double danger. A whisper rose from memory, just go inside. One coffee won't hurt. He paused. Then a stronger whisper came from within, you follow through now. He turned his head away and kept walking. His heart pounded. But he didn't stop. Test passed. Test 5, the social challenge. 2 coworkers spotted him from across the street. Oh, hey. Haven't seen you in forever, man. Their smiles were polite, but the outlines around them were gray, neutral forces, not aligned or misaligned. But his fear flickered blue. They approached him, cheerful. So what you been up to lately? One asked. Usually he'd joke, play it off, minimize himself, hide the growth. But today. A golden outline hovered above a simple sentence, I've been working on myself seriously. He said it. Their expressions changed. Not negatively. Just surprised. Then one nodded. That's cool. Respect. The conversation ended quickly, but Liam walked away taller. Test passed. Test 6, the sneak attack. He sat on a bench to breathe. Life buzzed around him. He reached into his bag and his hand brushed something. A candy bar. Old habit. Old coping mechanism. Blue outline. His mouth watered automatically. His stress rose subtly. He stared at it. The candy bar wasn't the enemy. The reflex was. He whispered, "I don't need this." He tossed it in the nearby trash and the blue outline vanished with a soft sizzle. Test passed. Test 7, the real pressure. The sky darkened suddenly. Clouds rolled in. A storm brewing. People ran for cover. Liam felt the pressure of everything closing in: noise, chaos, responsibilities, social expectations, old patterns, stress, discomfort. The red and blue outlines started blinking faster. His thoughts scattered. His breath shortened. For a moment, a small moment, he felt the urge to break, to slip, to collapse. The internal compass pulsed harder. Slow. Steady. Alive. Liam closed his eyes. Breathed deeply. And said the sentence that had become his spine: "I am someone who follows through." Everything slowed. Outline stabilized. Breathing steadied. The storm didn't vanish, but it no longer felt dangerous. Liam opened his eyes. Test passed. Test 8, the final pushback. As he headed home, as exhaustion settled in, as his guard softened, someone unexpected approached. A face from Chapter 12. A person whose expectations once chained him. They smirked. "You're still on that self-improvement thing? Come on, you always drop it after a few weeks." A red outline pulsed around their words. A blue outline hovered around the urge to defend himself. A faint gray around the desire to argue. Then a golden outline pulsed over his heart. He breathed calmly. Said with quiet certainty, "I'm not who I used to be." The person scoffed. "We'll see." Liam smiled, not arrogance, but truth. "You will." He walked away. Test passed. He reached his door. Keys in hand. Heart steady. Identity intact. Transformation applied. As he stepped through his doorway, the room shimmered. The man appeared behind him, hands clasped. "Well done," he said. Liam turned. "That was intense." "Yes," the mentor said. "Because the world does not care about your growth. It cares about consistency." A black card materialized. New words were already burning into the surface. Day 27, the return of resistance. Tomorrow, everything inside you will try to collapse. Liam inhaled. His hands tightened. Day 27 approached like a storm. Tomorrow, everything inside you will try to collapse. Liam barely slept. Not because of nightmares. Not because of fear. Not because of failure. But because of pressure. A pressure he couldn't name. Couldn't locate. Couldn't explain. A pressure that sat in his chest like a coiled weight. When the morning light finally crept across his window, the world felt wrong. Too heavy. Too slow. Too familiar. His eyes opened, and instantly he felt it. Resistance. Not the symbolic kind. Not the metaphorical kind. The real kind. The quiet whisper, "Not today." The subtle exhaustion, "You can take a break." The old heaviness, "Does this even matter anymore?" He sat up in bed. The air in his room felt thicker than usual. Too thick. The man appeared leaning against the wall, but not with his usual calm authority. He looked serious. Grave. Prepared. Good morning, he said. Liam rubbed his face. Something's wrong. The mentor nodded once. Yes. Day 27. Liam exhaled. So what is today's test? The man straightened, folding his hands behind his back. Today, he said, your internal world attempts to collapse. Liam's eyes narrowed. Why would it do that? Because transformation disrupts equilibrium, the man answered. And the deeper the transformation, the harder the psyche fights to pull you back to the familiar. Liam shook his head. But I passed so many tests. I survived fire. I walked through temptation. I confronted my past. I built my future. I applied my identity to real life. Yes, the man said. You succeeded. He stepped closer. And that is precisely why resistance is returning. Liam's breath faltered. I don't understand. The mentor looked him directly in the eyes. Growth takes energy. Identity building takes energy. Establishing new habits takes energy. Facing fear takes energy. Maintaining alignment takes energy. He paused. And now your system wants to shut down to conserve it. Liam felt a chill. So day 27 is burnout? No, the mentor said. Burnout is collapse from too much effort. He tapped Liam's chest. Resistance is collapse from fear of success. Liam's stomach twisted. But I'm not afraid of success anymore. The mentor raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He snapped his fingers. Crack. The room shifted. Like a mirage sliding away. Suddenly Liam was standing in the center of a vast internal chamber, dark. Silent. Claustrophobic. But not empty. He gasped. The walls were covered in faint, glowing cracks, hairline fractures running in every direction like veins of broken glass. Liam turned in a slow circle. What is this? This, the man said, is the structure of your new identity. Liam hesitated. It's cracking. The mentor nodded. Yes. Because it is stretching. He gestured around the chamber. You built a new identity, strong, grounded, aligned. He tapped one of the glowing cracks. But the old identity still exists in your neural pathways. And they are fighting for dominance. Liam stepped back. What does that mean? Am I losing my progress? The mentor shook his head. No. You are integrating it. He looked Liam dead in the eyes. When humans upgrade themselves, their brain resists. Why? Because your old identity is familiar. Predictable. Safe. He gestured toward the cracking walls. And today, your mind attempts a full-scale reset. Liam swallowed. So, what's the test? The man's voice deepened. Today, you must hold on. Liam stared. That's it? The man shook his head. That is everything. The chamber rumbled. The cracks deepened, glowing brighter like molten veins. A low hum filled the air, rising, vibrating, shaking the ground. Liam flinched. What's happening? Your system is rejecting the new you, the man said. Everything inside you is attempting to revert. The walls trembled violently. The cracks widened. Pieces of the ceiling began to crumble. Liam shouted, "Tell me what to do." The mentor raised his voice over the shaking, "You will do nothing." Liam's heart pounded. What? That makes no, your instinct will be to fix. To adjust. To force control. The chamber split with a massive crack. The mentor's voice roared, "Do not fix. Do not fight. Do not feed the chaos. He pointed at Liam's chest. Hold your identity. The chamber exploded into a violent quake. Liam fell to his knees. His mind screamed, "You can't do this. Just go back. Your old life was easier. This isn't worth it. Why keep going? You're collapsing. Stop. Stop." The mentor shouted, "Stand up." Liam threw his hands against the shaking floor, pushing himself upright. The walls cracked deeper. The chamber shook like it was going to implode. The mentor yelled, "Say it." Liam clenched his jaw. "Say what?" "The sentence that defines you." Liam closed his eyes. The internal compass pulsed. Golden. Warm. Steady. Amid the collapse, he whispered, "I am someone who follows through." The cracks trembled. Again, louder, "I am someone who follows through." The ground steadied slightly. Again, from his chest, "I am someone who follows through." Boom! A blast of golden energy erupted from him, slamming into the wall's ceiling cracks, restructuring the chamber, stabilizing everything. The shaking stopped. Silence. Warm. Deep. Complete. Liam dropped to his knees, panting. The mentor approached slowly. "Day 27, he said softly, "is complete." Liam looked up with exhausted eyes. "What's day 28? The man handed him a new black card. Words carved themselves into it. "Day 28, the transformation snapshot. Tomorrow, you will see who you have become from the outside." Liam inhaled sharply. The chamber faded. Day 28 approached. "Tomorrow, you will see who you have become from the outside." For the first time in many days, Liam woke up without panic. Without dread. Without heaviness. But also, without clarity. A strange neutrality washed over him. Calm, but unfamiliar. Grounded, but uncertain. It wasn't emptiness. It wasn't confusion. It was something else. Something he couldn't name yet. He sat up slowly. His room, now rebuilt, decluttered, aligned, felt brighter. Lighter. Airier. He stood. The man waited near the doorway, posture straight, expression unreadable. "Good morning," the mentor said. Liam nodded. "Am I supposed to feel like this?" "Yes," the man said. "This is day 28. Liam frowned. "What's today about?" The mentor stepped closer. "Today, you will see your transformation with your own eyes." Liam blinked. "I already know I've changed." "No," the man said softly. "You understand it internally. But you have not witnessed it yet." He reached into the air. With a gentle motion, he pulled down a thin stream of light, as if unzipping reality itself. The light widened. Formed a doorway. And behind the doorway was Liam's entire life. Not symbolic. Not metaphorical. Actual rooms. Actual hallways. Actual people. Actual memories. A snapshot of the world he left behind 24 days ago. Liam tensed. "Why are you showing me this?" The mentor's tone was gentle, but firm. "Because you cannot finish your transformation until you see how different you are now, compared to who you were." He gestured. "Step through." Liam inhaled. Then walked into the light. The hall of who you used to be. He stumbled into a long, dimly lit hallway. On both sides were doors, hundreds of them, their names carved in faint silver letters. He stepped closer to the first. Procrastination. 5 months ago he opened it. Inside was a version of him sitting at his desk, scrolling endlessly on his phone, papers untouched, shoulders slumped. The old Liam sighed loudly, rubbing his eyes in frustration. Liam whispered, "I remember this day." The man nodded. "You felt stuck. You felt lost. And you felt guilty for not doing anything about it." Liam swallowed hard. "I don't feel like that anymore." The mentor said nothing, but his silence was approval. They walked to the next door. Fear of failure. 8 months ago Liam opened it. There he was, pacing, overthinking, talking himself out of starting a project because he wasn't ready. Liam felt a painful squeeze in his chest. "I used to be terrified of failing." "And now?" the mentor asked. Liam breathed steadily. "I see failure as progress." The door dissolved. Door after door they moved down the hallway. Door after door revealed versions of him that felt like strangers, the Liam who lied about being fine. The Liam who abandoned routines. The Liam who lived in distraction. The Liam who avoided difficult conversations. The Liam who sought validation. The Liam who postponed growth until next week. The Liam who lived in survival mode. Each door was harder to open than the last. Not because of pain, but because he didn't recognize himself in them anymore. Liam whispered, "Did I really live like this for so long?" The mentor nodded. "Yes. But now you can see it clearly, because you've walked far enough away." Liam paused at a door labeled, "Who you were on day 1." His breath caught. "Do you want to see it?" the mentor asked. Liam hesitated. Then nodded. He opened the door. The day 1 version, a younger version of himself, sat alone on the floor. Eyes unfocused. Shoulders heavy. Mind cluttered. Breathing shallow. Hope fading. Direction missing. Liam's heart twisted. He stepped toward the version of himself. The old Liam didn't notice him. He just stared at the floor, lost. The mentor spoke quietly. He was not weak. He was not broken. He was not lazy. Liam's eyes filled. He was untrained. The old Liam clenched his fists, exactly how Liam remembered doing on day 1. He didn't know who he could become, the mentor said. He didn't know what was inside him. Liam whispered, "I want to talk to him." "You cannot," the mentor said gently. "He is gone." Liam exhaled shakily. "It feels like looking at a different person." The man nodded. "Because he is." The final door. They reached the end of the hallway. A single massive door stood before them, pitch black with gold veins. Its name carved in brilliant white, "Who you are now." Liam felt his pulse spike. "I'm not ready." The mentor smiled faintly. "You never are." Liam reached for the handle. His hand trembled. He pulled. The door creaked open. Light poured out, golden, warm, soft, the same color he saw around his radiant future. Liam stepped inside. And froze. The real you. A mirror stood in the center of the room. 7 feet tall. Gold framed. Smooth as still water. Liam approached slowly. His reflection wasn't the him he saw in the bathroom mirror each morning. This reflection showed him through the lens of identity. He looked taller, grounded, more certain, sharper, more present, with eyes that held clarity, a posture that radiated discipline, a presence that felt unshakable. He barely recognized himself. He whispered, "That's me?" The mentor spoke from behind him. "Yes. The integrated you. The aligned you. The rebuilt you. The version of you that exists after 27 days of inner reconstruction." Liam stared at himself. "I look like someone who's lived an entire lifetime." The mentor stepped forward. "You have. Just not outside, inside." Tears filled Liam's eyes. "I didn't know I could become this." That, the mentor said softly, is why you needed day 28. Liam touched the mirror. His reflection touched back, not delayed, but perfectly synchronized. For the first time, Liam saw himself not as he hoped to become, but as he is now. The mentor placed something heavy into Liam's hand. A black card. New words formed: slow, elegant, absolute. Day 29, the final doubt. Tomorrow, one last storm will rise inside you to test if this transformation is real. Liam turned. The mirror faded. The hallway dissolved. Day 29 approached like thunder on the horizon. Tomorrow, one last storm will rise inside you to test if this transformation is real. Silence. But unlike day 23's silence, this one had weight. A pressure that settled in the air like a storm waiting to break open. Liam woke slowly. Every limb felt heavy. Every thought felt dense. Every breath felt like it had to push through something thick and invisible. He sat up in bed. The world around him was normal. Nothing symbolic. Nothing dramatic. But something inside him pulsed, an uneasy vibration. The man appeared beside the window, hands folded behind him. Day 29, the mentor said quietly, is the final doubt. Liam rubbed his face. That sounds ominous. It is, the man replied. Liam looked up. What happens today? The mentor stepped toward him, but his expression was different today, heavier, older, almost empathetic. Today, he said, your old identity makes one last attempt to survive. Liam's chest tightened. I thought I ended that. You weakened it, the mentor said. You outgrew it. You rejected it. But the oldest versions of yourself, the ones carved from childhood, fear, conditioning, survival, do not die quietly. Liam swallowed. So today is a regression? No, the man said. A confrontation. He tapped Liam's chest. Everything you've built, alignment, discipline, clarity, identity, habits, patience, will be challenged. How? Liam asked. The man's answer chilled him. You will doubt yourself. Liam frowned. I doubt myself sometimes anyway. The mentor shook his head. No. You experience small doubt. Shadows. Whispers. He stepped closer. But today, you face the final doubt, the doubt that attacks the foundation of who you are becoming. Liam felt a shiver crawl through him. What does it look like? The mentor gestured toward the room. The world rippled, walls melting into darkness, floors dissolving, ceilings stretching upward infinitely. Liam stood alone in an endless black space with the man beside him. The mentor extended his hand. A pulse of light shot upward. A silhouette appeared far ahead. Then another. And another. 3 figures stood in the void. Liam's breath stopped. They were versions of him. But not like before, not potential futures, not past identities. These were something worse. These were the pillars of doubt themselves. 1. The doubter, logic doubt, sharp eyes. Hands behind his back. A face that resembled Liam but older, colder, more condescending. He wore a simple suit, sleek, dark, controlled. He spoke first. You're not as transformed as you think. His voice was calm. Logical. Dangerous. 2. The saboteur, emotional doubt. This version trembled slightly, eyes heavy, shoulders sagging, breath shaky. He represented every emotional collapse Liam had ever felt. He whispered, you're still fragile. You're still inconsistent. You're still one bad day away from breaking. 3. The imposter, identity doubt. This one hurt the most to look at. He looked like Liam on day 1. But darker. Hollow. A version stripped of confidence and reassembled from insecurity. He sneered, "You're pretending. None of this is real. You're the same as you've always been." Liam stepped back instinctively. The man placed a hand on his shoulder. "These are the 3 doubts," he said. "The final guardians of your old identity." Liam whispered, "I thought I already beat these." The mentor shook his head. "You never faced them directly. You fought the symptoms. Today, you face the source." Liam clenched his fists. "What do I have to do?" The mentor's answer was unexpected. "You don't defeat them." Liam blinked. "What? Then how do I pass the day?" "You dissolve them," the man said. "How?" "By proving," the mentor said softly, "that their doubts no longer match your identity." The first doubt, the logical doubter, stepped forward. His voice was like a knife made of reason. "Your progress is temporary. You know it. You've quit before. You'll quit again. Why pretend?" Liam's breath trembled. Before he could speak, the emotional saboteur stepped beside him. "You're exhausted. You're overwhelmed. You're breaking yourself for nothing." And finally the imposter stepped forward, eyes hollow. "Everything you built is fake." The air thickened. The void darkened. Liam felt pressure from every side. His thoughts scrambled. His chest tightened. His vision blurred. He whispered, "I don't know what to say." The mentor spoke, "You don't argue." Liam looked up. "Then what do I do?" The mentor pointed to Liam's chest. "Identity." A soft golden glow pulsed inside him, the same glow from the internal compass. The mentor whispered, "Say the truth." Liam swallowed hard, turned to the logical doubter, and said, "You're wrong. My progress is real. I've proven it every day for 28 days. The logical doubter's outline flickered. The emotional saboteur stepped forward. "You aren't strong enough." Liam steadied himself. "I walked through fire. I faced myself. I survived collapse. I am strong enough." The saboteur cracked. Then came the imposter. The hardest one. "You're pretending. You're a fraud." Liam's voice cracked. He inhaled. And shouted, "No. I am not pretending. I am becoming." Light erupted from his chest. Bright. Golden. Expansive. The 3 doubts recoiled. Liam continued, louder, "I built discipline." The logical doubter shattered. "I faced my emotions." The emotional saboteur collapsed. "I chose my identity." The imposter dissolved into dust. The void lit up. Warm. Pure. Brilliant. The mentor stepped forward. "You have passed day 29. Liam breathed hard. "That was terrifying." "Yes," the man said. "Because doubt is the final chain." A final black card formed in Liam's hand. New words carved themselves into it. Day 30, the new life. Tomorrow, you become who you were meant to be. Liam's heart pounded. The end was near. Day 30 approached like sunrise. Tomorrow, you become who you were meant to be. Liam didn't wake up. He rose. Slowly. Deliberately. With a steadiness that felt foreign, yet perfectly natural. The air in his room felt cleaner. Brighter. Sharper. But that wasn't the room. It was him. Something quiet and powerful had settled into his bones, a presence, an alignment, a clarity that he'd spent 29 days shaping from the inside out. He exhaled. And the world seemed to exhale with him. The man stood beside the window, not with his usual posture but with a stillness that suggested today mattered more than all the days before. "Welcome," the mentor said softly, "to day 30. Liam's pulse quickened. "This is it?" "Yes," the mentor replied, "the final day." Liam felt a nervous smile tug at the corner of his mouth. "So what happens now?" The mentor didn't answer in words. Instead, he extended his hand. The world rippled. Walls dissolved. Floor vanished. Ceiling collapsed into light. Liam found himself standing in a massive expanse, a horizon of pure white light, stretching infinitely in all directions. A place beyond metaphor. Beyond symbol. Beyond the inner world. This was the threshold between who he had been and who he was becoming. The mentor walked forward. "This place," he said, "is the chamber of becoming." The ground shimmered beneath Liam's feet, soft, glowing, alive. He whispered, "It feels unreal." "It is not unreal," the mentor said. "It is the most real thing you have ever stepped into." Liam turned to him. "What do I have to do today?" The man clasped his hands behind his back. "Today, you complete your transformation." Liam swallowed. "How?" The mentor looked at him with a depth that felt ancient. "By declaring your new life." Liam blinked. "That's all?" "That," the man said, "is everything." He gestured, and a pillar of golden light shot upward from the floor, forming a tall, shimmering monolith. Words appeared across its surface. "Who I choose to be," the mentor spoke. "Every identity becomes permanent the moment it is spoken with truth." Liam approached the monolith slowly. His reflection appeared in the golden surface, but not the confused version of him, not the past, not the broken, not the overwhelmed. He saw himself as he was now. Steady. Aligned. Alive. Strong. He whispered, "I'm ready." The mentor nodded. "Then begin." The declarations, the golden monolith pulsed. A glowing line appeared at the top. Liam inhaled deeply. Words came from his chest, not rehearsed, not planned, but born from who he had become. He spoke clearly, "I am someone who follows through." The monolith glowed brighter. The ground vibrated. Liam continued, "I am someone who keeps promises to myself." Brightness increased. "I am someone who acts with intention." The world hummed. "I am someone who honors my future self." Another pulse. "I am someone who chooses discipline over distraction." The light grew taller. "I am someone who does hard things on purpose." Echoes rippled across the horizon. "I am someone who stands up when I fall." Warmth washed over him. "I am someone who grows every day." The ground brightened beneath his feet. "I am someone who creates my life." The monolith pulsed like a heartbeat. "I am someone who refuses to quit." The light intensified. "I am someone who lives with alignment." The air vibrated. "I am someone who chooses who I become." Silence. Then, boom. A shockwave of golden light erupted from the monolith, washing through the chamber like a rising sun. Liam staggered back. The world around him began to shift. The mentor watched, silent and proud. The monolith cracked, not breaking, but releasing something. A golden sphere, a perfect orb, rose from its center. The mentor spoke, "Your new identity." The sphere floated toward Liam. He didn't step back this time. He stepped forward. The sphere sank into his chest, slow, warm, anchoring itself like a sun settling into orbit inside him. Liam's breath caught, then steadied. A deep, powerful sense of self flooded his entire being. The mentor stepped forward. "You have completed the internal transformation." Liam inhaled. "So, am I done?" The mentor shook his head gently. No, a second golden monolith formed behind Liam. He turned. This one was labeled, "The life you will live." The mentor's voice echoed, "Identity without action is hollow. Action without identity is unsustainable." He gestured toward the monolith. "Now, write the future you will create." Liam stepped up. Lines of energy appeared, waiting for his words. He spoke steadily, confidently, "I will live with discipline. I will move with purpose. I will feed my body, mind, and spirit. I will work daily toward what matters. I will protect my focus. I will guard my alignment. I will keep building even when it's boring. I will take responsibility for my life. I will step into the world with courage. I will break old patterns. I will choose growth over comfort. I will honor the person I am becoming." The monolith absorbed every word until it glowed so brightly Liam had to shield his eyes. Then it burst into radiant dust. The dust swirled around him, gentle, warm, like golden snow, before sinking into his skin. He exhaled slowly. The mentor approached. And for the first time in 30 days, he smiled. "You have become the architect of your own life." Liam's eyes softened. "Is it over?" The mentor shook his head. "It is finished." He handed Liam the final black card. Liam read the words aloud, "The transformation is complete." Below it, new text carved itself into the surface, "But your new life begins now." The golden chamber faded. The real world formed around him, his room, his breath, his future. Liam stood taller. Straighter. Calmer. Alive. He whispered, "I'm not the same person anymore." The mentor nodded slowly. "No, you are not." Then, with quiet pride, he added, "You have earned your new life." The world stilled. A soft wind passed. The man stepped back and dissolved into light. Liam closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was alone. But not lonely. Because for the first time in his entire life, he knew exactly who he was.